This is Disclosure Now, a show where we expose the truths that are nefariously hidden from humanity. After 3 years of disclosure, now we examine the first 3 interviews that set the tone for information that is provided by the channel. Join us for a deep dive recap of our first interviews with Penny Bradley, Matt Tracy, and Joseph Powell.
Hello everybody, welcome to a very special episode of Disclosure Now. Please excuse my crooked glasses, I gotta fix them. So it's been 3 years, guys. 3 years of this channel, 3 years of us doing this, of getting this information out there. I am honestly surprised that this channel is still here. I do not know why I get the special treatment that I do. Maybe it's because I don't cover certain topics, I'm not sure, but this channel has not gotten shut down. We're still here. And I gotta say, it's been a wild ride. It's been a wild journey. And I'm really grateful for all the support I've had, even to all the people who I no longer communicate with, who I no longer talk to because they're Trump supporters, supporting a PSYOP, a QAnon PSYOP. I still have a place in my heart for a lot of those people, and I love them because I do know that their heart is in the right place and that they're just being misled. And I'm waiting for them to come back to a grounded place where they can see reality for what it is. But I'm grateful for everybody, even the people that I've had to part ways with. I want to make that very clear. Even though I don't talk to Brian Singh anymore, even though I don't work with him anymore, I don't like, I've been pretty clear about why. I think he's transphobic. I think he is falling into white supremacist myth ideologies, despite being a Chinese man. And I don't want to talk shit about him. I still have love in my heart for him. But this channel is about the truth. It's about getting the truth out there unequivocally, without any barriers or sacrifices or anything to get in the way. And I know how psychological operations work. You can tell people the truth. There's nothing wrong with that. The government, the military, they do not care if you get on the internet and get on your soapbox and talk about space and talk about secret space programs and all this stuff. They're not bothered by it. As long as you're mixing in enough disinformation and bullshit, they're fine with it. You're doing their work for them as far as they're concerned. If you are not telling the 100% unequivocal, accurate truth, the way they look at it is you are causing more harm than good. So let's get to the questions so far. We have, hello, have you guys heard anything with the earthquake and tsunami that will destroy California? Thanks. There's lots of different timelines. I've been to many of them, as you all know. And this does happen in some timelines. There is going to be an earthquake at some point on the West Coast that's going to cause a lot of devastation. In fact, I might be living out here while it happens. I'm aware of that every second of every day, because I live in Portland, Oregon, and it's in a place where a massive earthquake is going to happen. It's just gonna. But the way I look at it is, I don't want to live my life in fear. This is the most beautiful place in the world to me. I love the people. I feel safe here, despite there being a lot of problems. I'm not like, when people talk about the homelessness problem in Portland, it is a huge problem. I'm not going to apologize for it. The city needs to fucking get its act together and help these people and do something about it, instead of just allowing the problem to get worse. It is a real problem. But as far as that, like, this is a place where you're very unlikely to get targeted by the police and put in jail for no fucking reason. Like Appleton, Wisconsin, that can happen to you. You can get thrown in jail for like no fucking reason. That's why I live here, you guys. It's because I live in a place where people hate the cops, and if they try to just like arrest you for some stupid reason and put you in jail and ruin your life, there's accountability here. It's not perfect, but That's the difference between here and somewhere like, let's say, Winnemucca, Nevada, where Brian lives. You are not safe from the police there. They can easily just target you, throw you in prison, and just disappear you from society. Whereas here in Portland, it's far less likely. So that's one of the reasons why I live here. It's a balance. I'm not saying it's perfect, but if you've ever been here, this is an incredible part of the country. It's just nuts. I drive 30 minutes out of the city, not even. I'm in the middle of just like gorgeous like trees and mountains and stuff. There's a reason why I live here, you guys. Wisconsin is supposed to be a swamp. It's been terraformed. It's not supposed to have people living there. It's supposed to be a big swamp. But anyway, I digress. But yeah, this California and Portland and just the West Coast are in danger because of the fault line, and massive cataclysmic change can happen. But I know from other timelines, like there's supposed to have been like 7 solar flares by now, give or take. That didn't happen. And I'm talking from different timelines, so it's not 7 it's like 7 from all the different timelines. It wouldn't be 7 in one timeline, if that makes any sense. But I've been expecting to see a solar flare for a long time, and it hasn't happened. And that tells me that there's some sort of government program that's stopping that from happening. There has to be. There's no other answer for it, because otherwise it would have happened. They must have figured out how to mitigate it or something. And then it seems like everything is a psyop. Discerning the truth is so hard. Look, I'm going to make things easy for you guys. When they're telling you to be afraid and give up your rights and give up your liberties and all this stuff, it's clearly a psyop. When it leads towards more government control and putting people in jails, and like, it's pretty simple. Like, are we treating people good? Are we treating people like human beings, or are we not? I don't think it's as complicated as people think it is. And another thing too with the secret space program stuff, as far as it's hard to tell what's true or not. There's a lot of us out here talking about this, and there's a lot of fine details that we might disagree on, but at the bottom line is 90% of the people out there talking about these secret space programs are talking about how cloning, consciousness transferal, and time travel are being used to enslave people by extremely wealthy time corporations and people that have connections to them. And so we might disagree on Trump, we might disagree on politics, we might disagree on certain events and how they played out in the secret space program, breakaway colonies, because of all the different timelines and memories and stuff like that we all have, where it gets confusing. But at the end of the day, the core of it, the core truth of it is pretty simple. There are people being enslaved with esoteric technology. That's it. People can overcomplicate it, get distracted by the portals and the clones and all that stuff. I get it. It's wild. Like the fact that there is a galactic family out there, that there are wolf people, horse people, just like every alien you can Doc Sala has an interesting video about the Galactic Federation. Look, the only person that I know who talks about the Galactic Federation is Lily Nova, and I will say it unequivocally on this channel. I love her. She's a great person. Like, I'm not trying to hate on her as a person, but it's just like the Far Side Institute talks about. When you are channeling, you got a car, you're opening up the front door and you're letting anybody get in and drive. And that's what she's doing, and she has no idea who the fuck she's talking to. That's not the Galactic Federation. No ET that is benevolent would tell you that Elon Musk is going to bring humanity to the stars. It's all a bunch of bullshit, all right? There is a Galactic Federation out there. There is a galactic family out there that wants the best for us, but they also are afraid of us, guys. That's the part that people like Lily Nova aren't telling you. We are the colonizers. The whole alien invasion thing that you see in movies, that's psyop propaganda, because we're the ones who do that. I'm not saying that other aliens don't take over planets. Like, in Mars Defense Force, they would say when it comes to bugs, it's either squashed or be squashed, and that was due to the fact that there were like mantid beings and stuff like that were colonizers that would take over worlds ruthlessly. So in our eyes, it was just, if you're a bug, you're not human, fuck you, which is wrong. It was wrong. And I've learned a lot about the insectoids, interacting with them through my many lifetimes. On Angua, when I died, they did, the bugs, like insectoids, did a funeral for me and tied me to this thing, this metal grate, and started me on fire and sent me off in a balloon. And it was tied to like metal chains. I don't know like how they did it where it didn't start the balloon on fire. Maybe it eventually did. I don't know, and it fell in the desert or something. But I could see it because, like, and people might be like, well, you're dead. I could see I was there for the funeral. It was my soul floating around, looking at it and witnessing it. And yeah, they have humanity. This thing we call humanity, which is like caring for life, caring, and like trying to take care of things and believing in goodness and things thriving, and destruction is bad. That's what I call humanity. There are many insects that have it. Yes, India has a secret space program. India works with the blue ET. They're like blue people, and different ET. And we're the ones, we work with like these grays and other ET that are more negative. I don't know all the details about the Indian secret space program, but I know it's real. And I've probably served in it, honestly. I've served in Asian secret space programs. I have been an Asian man. They put me in an Asian body, and I lived a whole life on an Asian breakaway planet. And this happened within the last year. So there are lots of stories out there, and it's hard to figure out what parts are worth keeping. The part worth keeping, sideways, is there are people being enslaved with esoteric technology. That all these things that are hypothetical, time travel, cloning, consciousness transferal, putting your consciousness in a computer and living in a computer, all this crazy sci-fi stuff that we talk about, that's hypothetical, it's already real, and it's being used to enslave people. That's it. We can disagree on what group does what, where, and with who, and whatever the fuck, all the fine details. We can argue over that. But at the end of the day, we all are agreeing on the fact that there are secret space programs that are utilizing slave labor through cloning. Period. That's the takeaway. Everything else is just extra. It's just fat. All right. It's not that it's not important, but the fine details aren't important as that fact. Okay, and that's what I'm here to highlight. Yeah. It is. The human body is just a container to the soul. They can just transfer your soul around. Literally, they can put your consciousness in a computer. They can keep you in a computer and lock you in it until you listen to them. They can do all sorts of crazy stuff. People, we're living in a computer now. This is a virtual reality. This is artificial. This is a machine. This is a construct. This isn't baseline reality. That's a good question. They got a lot of problems here on this planet. I would say that a lot of the Indian secret space programs are ancient and aren't even connected to like India now. Like they already left, ages ago. Because this isn't new. Like if you read the Vedic texts, right? They're talking about aliens coming down, having spaceships, all this wild stuff. So I think what happened with India, when you look at it that way, is in this timeline, India was kind of in the past, in the old ways, still very simple. They didn't have cars, they didn't have airplanes. They'd live in the old way. And overnight, Europe, United States, basically the world gets industrialized. And they kind of just have it thrust upon them. You know what I mean? So that's why they don't have very good waste management. Their plumbing isn't good. They have all these social infrastructure problems. Not because they're just like unable to be civilized. They're beautiful Indian breakaway planets out there. It's the fact that industrial civilization was just thrust upon them overnight, and the laws and regulations that came with it for us, that protected us and kept their cities clean and all this stuff, the Indians don't have that. In fact, we will purposely make our labor over there, like our factories that are unsavory and cause really bad environmental harm and cancer when you breathe the air and stuff, we'll put them over there and pour all the chemicals in their holy rivers. You know what I mean? Like their holy river, the Ganges. Like, it's kind of despicable what we've done. So I'm kind of glad I was able to bring that up. I know that India has secret space programs because I remember like the architecture, what it looked like, and I know that I've been to some of these planets. And like I said, I think that they some of these Indian breakaway planets happened. They left a long time ago. It's not like a new thing. It isn't like now where they left around the 50s, like all like Germany and stuff like that, or the 40s or the 30s. This was a long time ago. They did this a long time ago. Well, some of them left. All right. So, and I'm sure that India has their own secret space program now, despite the fact that their country is struggling to catch up with the rest of the developed world. I'm sure they do have their own, like in the here and now version of the secret space program. In fact, I remember John Whitberg talking about running into a Indian version of Joseph Powell at the cafeteria at Montauk, and therefore we must have been doing some stuff in India. Like we did stuff all over the world. We've got female versions of us, versions of female or male, depending on what you are here now. Different, you could be a different ethnicity, all this different stuff. They can even put you in ET bodies and make you live life on other planets as an ET, depending on who you are. I could do that. I know it gets crazy, you guys, but we're gonna get into the first video that we've ever done on this channel. And that's gonna be my interview with my biological mother, or maybe my grandmother. I know it's one of those. She thinks she's my mom. Some lady reached out to me recently that thinks that she's actually my mom, and there's a chance that she's like Penny's daughter. I know I'm related to Penny. But anyway, that's a whole other story. We are going to get right into it. And I might pop up every once in a while, but I'll be in the comments. Otherwise, I'm not just going to sit here and the whole time. But I do want to say before I play this, you guys might have seen a post that I took down. Kat and I were going to move into this like place, and we're going to do a fundraiser. And it's part of it's because she doesn't have a job right now. She's in between jobs, and so we're kind of struggling. It didn't work out with moving because the room that opened up, for some reason, they swapped the roommate. That was the room we wanted. And then they're like, okay, we're just going to get someone off Craigslist. I should have never put it on the internet. I feel like you should always keep stuff like that private until it's solidified. So I screwed up there. Might have had a curse cast on me or something by some sort of dark wizard that doesn't like me, or it just happened the way it did because it happened the way it did. I don't know, but it really sucks. I actually kind of had a falling out over my friend because they're going to pick a person off Craigslist over me and my partner and us having a safe place to live. It's been a roller coaster, actually. It's actually been a huge roller coaster. But at the end of the day, we still can use donations. You know, don't feel inclined to donate if you don't have money. But, like, we live in a tiny apartment. We want to get a loft bed. Like, we kind of have to do that to continue to live here and live here comfortably because it's so small. So we want to get, like, a loft for our queen-size bed where we can kind of have a love seat underneath it and a little spot where Kat can work on her computer. So, because it's like literally the kitchen, a bedroom, and the bathroom. It's a very small apartment. So if people can donate to the channel, all the money is just going to go towards literally living expenses and possibly this canopy bed thing that will make our living space have more room. So we're not moving anymore, but we are in the middle of Kat having to get a new job, and the unemployment is paltry. It's like $200 a week, which is just ridiculous. And also, it hasn't kicked in yet. She's like in litigation with them trying to get her money. So yeah, it's a whole thing. So anything that people can donate is helpful and appreciated. And yeah, so basically that's it. We're not moving anymore, but we are trying to get this canopy bed thing, and we're in between Kat's in between jobs. So anything helps, and if you can't donate at all, just thank you for being here and listening to this information and taking it in. Without further ado, let's get to the first interview with Penny Bradley. Hi, I am Arkheim, and I'm here with Penny Bradley, and this is the first upload to the Fractal Weapons YouTube page. We're going to be discussing the Secret Space Program, which is a Black Ops
military abduction that's happening right now to different people across the country and the world. And we're gonna kind of just like break it down and try to start from the beginning and really explain what it's all about. So Penny, do you want to maybe just like introduce yourself, or should I introduce you?
I can talk.
I'll let you introduce yourself. I think you could do it best.
Okay. My name is Penny Bradley, and I've been public at this point 6 years. I was the first person to come forward admitting that I had served with what they were then calling Dark Fleet. I went into self-hypnosis because Germans would not call themselves Dark Fleet, and remembered, pulled out of my memory what they called it, which was Nachtwaffen. And I have since found out that one of the factions that considers Nachtwaffen their enemy has tagged on rigueur, which is a Spanish word meaning roars. And it's their way of saying that this group is a paper tiger that just roars and has no bite. So when you hear someone say Nachtwaffen rigueur, it means they're from planetary corporations, alliance, what some in the community call ICC. And so there are 6 factions out there that I know are from Earth, and they are all in competition with each other. Some of them are working together, but they're still separate entities and will eventually compete. The Germans are pretty much isolated out there, except that they have a treaty with the United States to provide 150,000 Americans every year to serve in Nachtwaffen. I was one of those in 1964. So this has been, the treaty was signed. This is still ongoing.
And this is done through basically taking a human being, bringing them there, and then age regressing them in time travel, right?
It uses the time travel and age regression technologies. But what is going on is, historically, the Germans who had escaped to Antarctica won World War II, and they forced a treaty onto President Eisenhower in 1956. And he knew it was coming because they had tried to force it on Truman, who was the president before him. And so he already knew what the terms were going to be. So a lot of agencies were created in that time frame, and people think that the Office of Strategic Services was eliminated, but it wasn't. It just went underground. And in my paperwork, I am still considered to be an asset of the OSS. So this is important because this is who is handling us, is an organization that has gone underground. People don't understand it's still there. Now, in my case, my family was being watched because of who we were related to. And when my parents got married, my mother's doctor was told this was a national security issue. And this was the Cold War. National security trumped everything. So anytime my mom got pregnant, Her doctor reported it. She was abducted and the baby was modified. My mom had 5 live births and 2 miscarriages. So this was an era where that was a normal family size. So we're not talking about anything out of the ordinary. These were 2 teenagers who got married and proceeded to have 5 kids. And we all show signs of genetic modification. We all have the weirdnesses that go along with serving in these black ops. So they took all 5 of us.
So how long has this been going on for on Earth?
As far as I know, the first kids taken by the OSS were during World War II. The Germans were taking their own kids as far back as the American Civil War. And if you look through history, extraterrestrials were taking humans to serve in their militaries going back thousands of years. The only thing that's really new is that we're doing this to our own kids now.
Why do they take children?
They say that it's because when adults are introduced to the extraterrestrials that they go insane and that children are more accepting of them. But from my studies with the Illuminati families, this is how they treat their own kids. They say it's the only way to activate their psi abilities is to torture them as children. That it can't be done once they get past puberty. So that's part of why they're so emotional, detached, able to do cruel things to people, is because they have been tortured in their own childhoods. The thing that we have noticed through these programs is victims become perps. And this is the pattern that holds in those families as well. So that's what's happening to the ruling class. To activate their psionic abilities, they're tortured as children. They become mind fractured, and then the fractures are trained in different ways. So basically, we were treated the same way that these people are treating their own kids, except we have been in it longer. Now, I know I'm taken multiple times. That was I didn't understand that at first, but that was one of the things that was most hurtful, okay, was to understand that to the OSS, I'm a tool, like a truck or a screwdriver.
Yep. Piece of
And
military equipment.
a piece of military equipment, and I'm an expensive piece of military equipment. So why would they only use me once?
The people that like to think that this is some sort of fun science fiction story where we get to go out in space and play superhero, we're slaves. We're kidnapped as children, and you don't know what night you're going to get taken, and you're going to wake up and there's another how many, like 100 years gone? I don't know. Like, depending on who you serve with, they do different amounts of times, but
the American factions put you into a cloned body, and the clone will push you out at about 25 years. So they schedule your missions for 20 years or less, because once the clone pushes you out, then that person is useless to them anyway. So
they just reinsert that fracture into another clone.
they can't. I have had that happen. I have an altar that I've since reintegrated that she started off with Kruger, which is an American mercenary company. And she was in a clone body and she died in a space battle. Something hit the front of the fighter plane, and instead of having windows, they had a view screen like a plasma TV, and whatever hit it fractured the plasma TV screen, and the broken glass basically stripped her skin off, and they couldn't save her. So they put her out of her misery for the clone. My altar was back with me for 36 hours, bawling her eyes out the whole time. I have this thing in the back of my head that's crying for 36 hours. And then she's gone again because she's put back into another body. And her contract was purchased by Nachtwaffen. This is the altar that serves with Herr Mayor. And we went to a planet where she became contaminated by a virus of some sort. And so she was again put down and was back with me for 36 hours and then was put into another clone. So that 20-year contract period had 2 replacements. So 3 cloned bodies to do 20 years. I don't know how common that is. The Germans don't usually use a clone body because their medical technology puts back the mind that goes with the body. So anytime you would have to be regenerated to fix your arm or something, you would end up with the mind of the clone rather than the mind of the asset. And so they just take your whole body and put you at the age that they want you for the whole time. And because it's my body, I can be in it longer. And so I usually serve 55 to 60 years when I'm with the Germans. So it's 20 years at a stretch with the Americans and up to 60 years with the Germans. I've only heard of one person who thought she'd been with them longer.
What are the specific reasons that you think that this is kept, that, okay, I guess, like, what are the secret space colonies and why are they kept secret and why is it kept covert?
The whole thing is kept covert because the American people, the Allied nations, all told their people that they won World War II. And the truth is they didn't. Japan and the Germans in Antarctica, not the Germans in Germany, they surrendered. The Germans in Antarctica didn't. They won.
2 separate groups.
They're by the time that Germany, the nation, surrendered, they were already 2 separate groups.
And so the Germans that were in Antarctica, would they be the Nazis or would they be different than the Nazis?
The Nazis were a political party. The ones who were in Antarctica were more the German historical aristocracy.
So like the royalty?
The royalty. The people who had been running the tribes for millennia, they ended up in Antarctica with the technology to leave.
What do you think that not like the German colony as it currently is, and just like I guess, Nachtwaffen, what do you think that their stance, or like what do you think they think of like the Nazi Party and what happened on Earth? What do you think their thoughts are on that?
I can share what I was taught in Shula on Mars.
Okay.
I was taught that the treaty that ended World War I, the treaty that ended World War I was so bad that it was a form of genocide to the Germans, that the monarchy and aristocracy had been taken out of power, that these had been tribes ruled by their elite for millennia. These people had no idea how to run a democracy. And the aristocracy had been banned from running for office. So nobody in charge knew how to run a country. And the bankers were printing money as fast as they could. And the consequence was you had people on fixed incomes, on pensions. Okay, you have a fixed income of $600 a month, and suddenly it takes a whole wheelbarrow full of money to buy a loaf of bread. The people on those fixed incomes were starving to death and freezing to
It kind of sounds like
death.
a familiar situation, doesn't it?
Yeah, they were freezing to death in the winter. And the aristocracy was in these secret societies. And they figured out a plan to put a strong man into power so that their weaker members could survive. Now, remember, these people are starving to death. There's no work. Nobody's allowed to contract with the nation. There's, their main things that they did for a living for hundreds of years were sell themselves as mercenaries to other countries and do engineering, ironworks, railroads. If you can't sell your engineering and you're not allowed to be military, what are they going to do for a living? They don't have enough farmland there to support their people. And they have nothing for money. So what ended up happening was this strong man, and I'm not going to name his name because everybody knows who I'm talking about, but if I say his name, we'll be in trouble on YouTube. So he was put into power to change this, and he was told a step-by-step plan on how to change this. And he got his support from the far right wing. So these were radicals to begin with. Now, once he got into power, he basically cut his ties with the people who put him there. He went through and destroyed huge sections of followers. The brown shirts were all killed off after he was in power. And then he switched from the German aristocracy to the Jesuits. And if you look at the people who were brought to America during Operation Paperclip, yes, they were Nazi Party, but if you look deeper, you'll find almost all of them were also Jesuits. These were the people who lost the war for the German nation.
I'm just curious though, did they look at the situation and how it all played out unfavorably, the German colony, or did
they went through and did a deep analysis of why it failed. and they blamed it on the Jesuits. Now, historically, there has been an ongoing battle going back to the beginning of interaction between the Germans and the Romans. So we're going back 2,500 years. There has been an historical warfare between the two groups, between the German people and first the Roman Republic, the Roman Empire, and then the Vatican, who replaced them. And that's why it mattered that these were the Jesuits, is because the Jesuits have been the assassins of the Vatican. So Hitler basically turned over the entire war program to the enemy of the German people. And that's how it's viewed from Shula on Mars. They viewed him as a traitor to their cause. And he was not on Mars. He was in Argentina. He was not allowed on Mars.
That's basically what I wanted to know. And that was a good explanation of it. Because I was just curious. I know I've served with Nachtwaffen, but I don't think that I remember, I don't remember what they told me about history, or if I knew. I don't have that much memory of it. So I was just curious what they thought of that whole situation. Because obviously it ended up being a bad situation for pretty much everyone. So
it was a really bad situation for everybody. And they were in a position of they were starving and freezing and had no options. And they felt they were being genocided. And they blame the Jesuits for the genocide of the Jews.
And then who are the Jesuits? The Jesuits are, I know that you did like a show, an entire show where you talked to that guy that was a historian on the subject recently, but
Leo Zagami is a member of the Knights of Malta. And he has been exposing a lot of the nonsense that has come into the secret societies because of the influx of people from OTO, Ordo Templis Orientalis. And he's personally mortified by their practices. And so he's been trying to expose this as you have basically good guys, and then you have this group coming in that's contaminating everything. And it's a lot of the reason for the confusion that people have about all the secret societies now.
Because it's not black and white, like they're good or bad. There can be bad defectors within them and stuff like that.
Yeah, they have been contaminated, is his view, by OTO. And
so the Knights of Malta, is that like associated with the Jesuits? Is that like a modern version of it, or?
It goes back to the Crusades, and in about 1,000 years ago. And there were all of these orders that came out of the Crusades. And at the time of the Crusades, they were military orders. But since then, they've been more like, this is the secret knowledge, passing it down, because you'll be burned at the stake if you talk about it openly.
Yeah.
So, and the Jesuits are the ones that were burning people at the stake.
Yeah,
so,
that makes sense.
Even within these groups, there are the Jesuits. Now, most of these orders started off as Vatican approved, and over the years were booted out because of the activities of the Jesuits.
So the Jesuits are kind of the ones that are responsible for like genociding all the different cultures, like native, like indigenous cultures around the world and
Yeah.
stuff like that?
Whenever that Columbus got credit for discovering the New World, but the Knights Templar already knew about it for hundreds of years before that. The Pope made something called the Doctrine of Discovery. And you need to look into that, because that said, if you went someplace and the people were not Christians, you were entitled to kill them and take their properties, even if they later converted to Christianity. That is the basis of property law in both North and South America. That is why the colonial period happened. That's the legal foundation for it, is the Pope made this decree that if you're not a Christian, you don't own anything. And he did not recognize Protestants as Christians. So there, and as far as the New World is concerned, Brazil was given to the Portuguese, and the rest was all given to the Spanish, except the Spanish, when they got far enough north, ran into the French, who had come in via Canada. And some after that was when the English came in along the eastern seaboard in Canada and what's now the United States. So there were wars. There were several pretty nasty wars where different native tribes affiliated with different Europeans. And we know how it eventually turned out was millions of natives were massacred through every country where Europeans touched. And I'm not talking about just Native Americans. I'm talking about Africa. I'm talking about Asia and Australia. Every place that Europeans touched, the natives were killed in the name of taking their land under the doctrine of discovery. So the Vatican has had an ongoing war with people who don't submit to it. And the Germans were so not wanting to submit that after the Crusades in the Middle East were over with, the Pope sent the Teutonic Knights back to Prussia and continued crusading there for another 300 years. They took over Prussia and they went east, and nobody stopped them until they got to Poland. They wiped out Eastern Germany. They wiped out Latvia. They wiped out Lithuania. Nobody stopped them until they got to the Catholic King of Poland, who was married to a Jewish woman. He stopped them. So all of this stuff was happening at the same time. People don't realize how much happened in that time period. And then they tell me, well, there was no history between 400 and 1400. And I'm like, what's wrong with you people? There was so much that happened then that created the world we live in today. We didn't just go from Rome to modern countries.
Right.
We had 500 years of war with the Middle East and then with our own pagan populations. People were murdered, people were burnt, people were ripped from their children and killed in the streets. This was They decimated Northern Europe and then turned to the Americas and Africa and Asia.
Why do you think that they did this? What do you think the real reason was behind it?
I don't understand it. This is something I haven't been able to wrap my mind around, is why that particular group of people were so bloodthirsty. They were so bloodthirsty that they drove an entire ethnicity off world, and now they're continuing to follow them into space. And I don't understand that. You know, these people have escaped. Let them be.
Yeah.
All they wanted to do was live in peace with their own language and their own traditions and just be.
I don't mean to change the subject at all here, but I wanted to ask you about how old are the space colonies that are in our solar system, and how are they seeding them with human life?
Some some of the colonies that the Germans have are 400 years old. Most of the American colonies date from the 1940s or since then.
So how are they 400 years old if they had, explain that?
Okay. Hyperspace drives are time travel.
Yep.
And when the Germans figured that out, they had also figured out that their original 100,000 colonists were not enough genetic diversity to create a long-term set of colonies in space. That's part of why that they asked for 150,000 Americans, they hoped that these people would want to stay in their colonies and increase their genetic diversity. But the OSS shot us up with Draco DNA, and that made us unsuitable because the Germans wanted Earth human, not ET hybrids. So that was a deliberate foil the plan. So when they realized they were not going to get what they wanted, they started taking ships back in time, and they would visit sites where there had been villages wiped out by the plague, where there had been warfare, where there had been invasions, where there had been famines and people had starved. And one of my altars is on one of those ships. And it was built to look like the ship that was in that painting from Nuremberg. So it's that shape. We thought we were matching the myth so that we would be not interfering with history. Because some of these people would see the ships and obviously make the paintings and things like that. So we matched the myth. Later on, we realized we were why there was a myth. But, you know, we didn't know that at the beginning.
Self-fulfilled prophecy, basically, right?
So what?
Self-fulfilled prophecy.
Yeah, it was a self-fulfilling prophecy thing, but we didn't know it at the time we started. So we were going back in time and taking people who died because that would not interfere with the continuing timeline. So we had regen technology that can bring you back from the dead for up to 4 months. And the longer you're dead, the less memory you have when you come back. But we learned their language at the stage they were at, because language is fluid, it changes over time. So we had to be able to speak the language of the people we were taking, so that when we brought them on board ship, we could understand each other. And then we would slowly teach them our dialect, so everybody was on the same page. But we put them through regen, which healed whatever disease they died from or injuries they died from. And you know how the legend is that the Valkyrie come and they take off the heads of those dying valiantly in battle, and they take them to Valhalla?
Yeah.
Our ship was Valhalla. Our captain was not Odin, but Bill. And they dressed us in black smart suits with gold armor over
Then you
us.
take their heads and you wake them up at a regen, put them in a regen tank. Hey, you get to fight forever, soldier. This is what heaven is.
That's the true heaven is. You're in the halls of Valhalla with Odin forever. And yes, you fight, except we would talk to them, tell them the real situation. We need colonists. We need people who know how to live without electricity or modern technology, because we are establishing infrastructure in a new colony on another world, and said, and you'll be safe from whoever their enemy was. And we had 1,000 colonies with 1 billion population on each, going back 400 years. It worked really, really well. These were strong, healthy people. We didn't take women who had died in childbirth, because we have enough of that problem out there already. Now, that's a genetic situation, and women who are going to be able to have a baby without bleeding out, or the baby being too big for their hip structure. So we avoided things that would be an ongoing problem. Now, if that sounds like eugenics, to a certain extent it is, because we knew about certain problems on
A lot of
Earth.
people need to understand about these programs, I think, is like when we talk about what they did to us and how they operate and what they do, like for instance, the fact that there are eugenics involved, that doesn't mean we personally support these things, that we support eugenics or support Nachtwaffen and what they're doing or whatever. We're just saying this is the reality. This is what's going on.
Yeah. Okay. On Earth, my parents were eugenicists. My 3 children have congenital adrenal hyperplasia, which is a genetic disease that comes through the Stuart family, the ruling house of Scotland and England. Yes, I'm a distant descendant of those folks. But I'm still of the family line enough that my kids all had this disease. So, because they're medication dependent, my mother kept telling me outright to kill them.
Jesus.
This is the primary issue that I have with my family, is I did not kill my children.
Jesus, man. Fucked up.
So I
So
am
I'm
not,
assuming you don't support eugenics. It's bad.
my whole life has been fucked over because I did not support eugenics.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's like I don't know. I think it's weird that people associate us like with programs that kidnapped us when we were children. Like, no, we're telling you what they believe and how they operate. We're not saying that that's what we believe and that's how we operate. Like, there's obviously a huge difference. I feel like I shouldn't have to explain this, but I'm doing it just to be safe.
I recently had a guest bail on me 2 days before the interview because he finally realized that my show was called a Nachtwaffen pilot, and he panicked and said, I don't want to be associated with Nazis. I'm not a Nazi.
Yeah.
On the Nolan Square, which I'm not sure everybody knows what that is, it's a test of where you are politically. I consistently test out as a liberal libertarian, and I match up almost exactly with Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. Consistently. That's not exactly a Nazi.
Yeah. It goes without saying, but also, I don't know, like, people are weird. They like to, there's certain subjects that are so sensitive that if you talk about them at all, they automatically assume that you're like all about it or something. Like, and if we got to mention Project Paperclip and World War II and what happened with the Nazis, because that's a huge part of what's all going on here. But it doesn't mean that we think what happened was good or that we support the Nazi party or Hitler or any of that shit. Like I said, I feel like I shouldn't have to elaborate on that. But yeah, we're just trying to explain to people what really happened here with our world's history, which we're not being told the truth about. And it's important people do know the truth.
The truth is that the people of the world have been lied to for 70 years and told that the Allies won when they did not. They have been told that America is the land of the free and the brave, and it's not. And anybody who wondered about freedom hasn't been paying attention for the last 30 years. And that we're told that the Americans are smart and that it's a land of opportunity, but all of the opportunity seems to have gone the way of corporations since 9/11. A lot of our freedom has been gone since the Patriot Act. And we've gotten so polarized that most people can't even talk to each other anymore without getting mad and wanting to become violent. And it's
I've been trying to do better
frustrating.
with that because there's a lot of people I disagree with in this community. I've been trying to do better, but also sometimes it gets frustrating. I don't know, but it is what it is. Like, but I do agree that, a divided, if we're all fighting culture wars and fighting over all these issues, then we can't fight against like the ruling class. We're not fighting against,
That's the whole point of it.
Yeah.
That's the whole point, is if we're busy fighting each other, we can't fight them. And they are trying to reinstitute feudalism, where the king owns everything and the rest of us only occupy our property at his pleasure.
Yeah, like we basically don't own anything. It's already happening with home ownership.
Well, it's been,
rents where they live. Nobody owns a home anymore.
You don't own anything if you have to pay fees on it every year.
Yeah.
If you have to pay property tax, if you have to pay a car registration fee, you don't own that property.
Yeah, I think you're right.
You're just You're just leasing it from the government. So when you have to pay car insurance, when you have to pay homeowners insurance, when you have to pay property taxes, when you have to pay this fee, that fee, and the other fee, when you have to pay licensing on your vehicle, when you have to pay licensing to be able to drive, and you have to have that piece of paper that is your identity card, and you have to have it on your person and able to present at any time that any peace officer decides to ask for it. You can go to prison now for not having your ID on you. Okay, when I was a child, we used to make fun of European countries for that. The thing was, papers, please. We used to make fun of them for that, and now we're doing it. And we want to chip people so that they can prove they've had a shot, or they can prove that they have the money, or they can prove
I've
whatever
been
it
hearing
is.
about that for such a long time, and I just hope it never actually comes. But I agree that it's definitely not a good thing. Like, I hope it doesn't come to that. I hope we stand up against it.
I've been watching people since, okay, I've been awake somewhat since the JFK assassination. I knew at the time that it was a coup d'etat. And the people who have been in charge ever since have been slowly turning us into one of these fascist control every detail since then. And so I've been watching this since 65 at least. I was 10 years old in 1965. So I've been watching each step by step by step by step by step. And at every step of the way, you've got flag carrying Americans that are saying, yes, we have to do this. The people that are fighting it are marginalized and treated like they're crazy. The majority is going along with it step by step by step. Some of them are even begging for it. And that scares the crap out of me. Having lived in space in a black op, chipped into the ship's computer, where if you thought the wrong thing, they would drop you to the floor in a seizure. And I'm watching them push for that same thing here. I've lived that. I'm screaming, hell no.
But Elon Musk, though, he's an entrepreneur.
I'm sorry. I would like to believe that these are people good at heart, but the evidence is there is nobody at that income level that gives a shit about us.
I think you're right. I think the evidence points towards that.
We are a business expense on a good day. And why would someone in business care about the expenses? We are to be cut as much as possible. I mean, anybody who's in basic economics should know that. I'm not talking anything unreasonable. From their point of view, we are an expense that comes out of their profit margin. So why would they give a damn about us?
Who actually owns the earth?
The Anunnaki.
But who are the Anunnaki?
The Guardians have informed me that the Anunnaki named Marduk is the rightful owner of this planet. That is how the galaxy sees it. So From their point of view, the Anunnaki owned the planet and they had this big ranch, and in the back 40, they had these monkeys that were an occasional pain in the butt. And they went on a trip and they came back and they found that the monkeys had started building houses and factories and farming. And they didn't quite know what to do about us. And so Galaxy decided, well, we're going to keep an eye on these monkeys so nobody else can come in and invade. So that's where we sit right now, is the Galaxy is keeping an eye on us, the monkeys. And no, we don't own the planet. Marduk does.
Who's
as
Marduk?
as far as the grown-ups, the grown-ups in air
Does he
quotes.
still own the planet?
Yeah. He's alive. He's been forcibly retired. He was found guilty of corruption and abuse of sentient beings,
I
as in us.
personally know Marduk very well.
He was found guilty of corruption and crimes against a sentient race. And he was forcibly retired, but he still actually owns the place. And yeah, I know him really well too. And
that doesn't sit very well with me. I think that we need to change that.
It's going to take a lot of work. The first thing that's going to happen is we have to get all the humans back into the solar system. And the Guardians are working on that as we speak. That's what all those ships come. Huh?
Who are the Guardians?
The Guardians are the Stasi of the Galactic civilization. They call themselves Galactic Authority to me. The Guardians are the military police. If they show up in your sky, be scared. They are not necessarily
They're
nice
not okay
people.
with what Marduk did or him owning Earth?
They told me that he owns Earth, but they held the court that found him guilty of crimes.
How
So
can one individual own a planet? That doesn't make any sense to me. That doesn't seem right.
a lot of things out there don't seem right.
Yeah, I personally knew Marduk. He had a lot to do with altering the timeline. Montauk had a time bubble, obviously in Montauk, New York, but
Mhm.
there was another time bubble in England that I was working in at the same time as working at Montauk, and Marduk run the time bubble in England, and he
Let
was a
me guess,
fucker.
it says Stonehenge.
No, it's actually a Stainborough Castle, which is a castle that never was a full castle because we decimated it in that time bubble. And the explanation is that it's a 17th century royal from Normandy, I think, moved to England and wanted to make it look like he had been there for longer than he had been to establish nobility faster there. But the real explanation and what actually happened is, of course, a historian wouldn't guess this, is the Montauk crew went in there and decimated it because he kept on going through a portal to Montauk and telling us to do shit. He bossed us around and we had to listen to him because he would just kept coming in through a portal with his guys. He was a fucker. That guy is a fucker. I hate that guy.
There are a lot of those guys around. People who think that time bubbles and time travel are new are simply ignorant.
No, that he'd been operating that time bubble in England. That was from ancient times. That. And when we were at Montauk, I still don't know the whole thing behind it, but when Montauk 2.0 had happened and they took over the base, I shouldn't take over this interview and make it about me, but
it's okay.
They had
do it on my show.
yeah, they had to when I had to go back to the time bubble in England because Marduk owned me. He claims to own me. Like he claims my soul is his piece of property, just like the earth. That's why I just think this guy's got a chip on his shoulder. Like, who the fuck can own a soul? Like, how can you own a soul? And I think that's what this is all about. And these programs, they think they own our souls. And I think we need to assert something here. We need to assert the fact that you can't own a soul, and it needs to be a punishable offense. That's what I think needs to happen. I don't know where to start or how to do it, but if the universe was just at all, that's what would happen.
I don't believe the universe is just. I do believe it's balanced between good and evil. And that the creation of good automatically creates the same amount of evil, and the creation of evil automatically creates the same amount of good. So all of these people that are fighting to take over, if any of them win, they're going to end up destroying it all. But that's kind of more or less what I've learned from the occult stuff.
I've seen timelines where we decide to fight against the Anunnaki, and it's more or less like, you know, those like nice lights you put outside and the bugs just fly at them. That's what it's like. We don't have any fucking chance.
That's pretty much what I've remembered from them.
We have to listen to what they say, period.
I don't, but I can't talk about that publicly. There are limits to what I'm allowed to talk about.
Well, I'm pretty sure that, yeah, there's stuff that I don't like talking about publicly either, like the last time I saw Marduk, which was 3D in the here and now.
There have been a couple of his avatars, because an Anunnaki that incarnates as a human has to incarnate into at least 60 bodies, or it fries the baby. So I know 2 of them. And one of them got so paranoid he was going to kill his wife, because when he would get up to go to work, she would roll over and snuggle his pillow because it smelled like him.
What?
He thought that meant she was going to kill him. Sorry, guys, that's what women do when they love you.
Sounds like you might be a little cuckoo.
Yeah, the other one got angry with me talking about SSP and said he never allowed extraterrestrials onto his plane. And I'm like, I'm tired of being told what to do. Yeah. So I don't talk to either of them. But what I can say about it is I have an altar who works in the court off of Saturn that is run on behalf of the Guardians. So some of the things that I know are from that altar because I have overlap. So if they're in that court, I'm like a bailiff there. I'm not anybody really important, but I'm there. And I have learned a lot about galactic law from serving in their court. And they've had me serve arrest warrants on Earth. I was handed this stack of arrest warrants for Anunnaki who had violated the rights of sentient beings, us, and that they were to be tried. So I started with the ones that were actively harassing me and people I knew. They were easier to find. Come on. So, you know, after I arrested about 20 of them, they suddenly got really scarce. But So far, all of them that have been tried have been found guilty, and Marduk is the only one that has not been executed.
Why not? He fucking deserves it. Why?
Because he pled guilty but repentant,
Whatever.
and the court bought it. And I'm having a temper tantrum in the audience and was told I had to maintain more decorum,
I
or
could
I
have been
was
there for that and told him all the fucked up shit that he did to me and made me do.
They did fit him with a bomb in his head, and the next time he relapses, then he'll be blown up. They have this really simple view of justice. You're guilty, you're executed. You're innocent, you're let go. Guilty but repentant, you get to pull that once. You're fitted with a bomb in your head, you relapse, you're dead.
Oh man.
That's their whole justice system. So, and if you are in court and you start dissing the witnesses or the victims, they assume that you're using legalese to lie. And so if you're lying in court, you're guilty. It's a very simple system.
Yeah.
So, and if you're executed, your soul is turned over to the lords of karma, and they deal with you.
Does anybody's soul just ever get deleted?
What?
Do they ever just delete your soul?
No,
Okay.
they never just delete your soul. Although when the Anunnaki picked me up in 2018, they were trying to delete my soul. They had me inside a tank. They called it the truth machine. And it's designed for interrogating extraterrestrials. And they had me in it, and they were peeling off my altars, recording all the memories of the altar, and then destroying the altar. And they were on the second one when Nachtwaffen showed up to rescue my ass.
They do that.
Yeah.
Or they'll take you. I've had situations where I was serving with another group, and then Nachtwaffen came, and then they took me from that group, wiped my memory, and they're like, "Okay, you work for us now." I've had that happen to me before.
If they own altars of yours, they think they own you. Now, I don't know why they rescued me, but I was really grateful they did. And that was when I sat and I spent months digging through the memories that I had. It was, okay, Nazis would not have done this. They would not have rescued me with the loss of a ship. I was a lieutenant. I was not worth the loss of a ship. And yet they did this. And so I had to really think about, bless you. I had to really think about who these people really were, why they rescued me. Because I don't see, even being a navigator, I don't see that I was that important that they would do this. So I had to really take a good look. It's gotten me in trouble with some in the community who want to see everything in black and white, and Earth isn't black and white. Why would space?
Yeah, no shit.
You know,
Like they talk about like different alien races, and they'll be like, they wear this and this, and this is what they wear. It's like, what makes you think that everybody just wears the same thing every day, all the time?
Yeah.
Like, you're just this race. Like, I don't know, people have these very generalized ideas. And it's like, what makes you think that things are that way? I don't know. It's silly sometimes.
I've interacted with a lot of different reptilian races, and then I listened to some of these people. Well, they're all the same thing, and I'm like, you look at reptiles on Earth. You have
That's
lizards.
another
You
good
have
question.
turtles.
Is the Anunnaki just one race? Is it multiple races of reptilian? Or is it one?
Okay, the Anunnaki that were on Earth was a group of from 6 to 20 different races. And I've never gotten a straight answer from anybody about it.
Are the Shahami part of that?
The Shahami are one of them. And the Shahami were who picked me up. Now,
explain who the Shahami are to our guests on this, watching this.
What?
Explain who the Shahami are to the people watching the show.
Okay. To people watching this show, the Shahami are who we look like. They are mammals. They have hair that's curly like Arkham's. They have the men have full beards that they braid and bead them, and they come down full. They're very tall. The ones I have met have averaged 9 feet, which is 2.5 meters. They have paper white skin that glows in colors like squid based on their emotional. Amongst themselves, a lot of their communication is skin color, because they'll shift color as they're talking. They use ormus to prolong their life expectancy. If it's a silver-based ormus, they'll be this ugly blue-gray that looks like they're dead. And if they're using a copper-based ormus, then they'll be a really light green. And you'll find those descriptions in ancient mythologies where the gods were blue or green.
Oh man,
And
I can like literally pull out a book that I have, like the cover is like one of the ancient Egyptian gods. He's 9 feet, like he's way taller than the other people, and he's light green.
Yeah. It has to do with the ormus, because that's the platinum class in the periodic table, but you can't separate them at the level of chemistry that we have today. You can't, if it grabs one of them, it'll grab all of them. What they're looking for is monoatomic gold, but they end up with monoatomic silver, monoatomic copper, platinum, as well as gold. And what it does is it seals off the telomeres on the end of your DNA, because each time that your cell divides, it peels off a telomere layer. And the monoatomic gold seals it where that can't happen. So it keeps you alive longer. And because it keeps you at a younger stage longer, you're healthier. And if you have the Shahami DNA, which most of us do, it can also improve your brain function. So most of the memory cocktails are based on gold ormus. So what else are they like? They're telepathic. When they get into your head, you cannot hear anything else. You cannot think anything else. You would only hear them. And they are persistent as fuck.
And is it not true that the archangels from the Bible are Shahami?
Yes, they are. All of the angels from the Bible are Jahami. And I have been in person with them 3D physical, and we are hardwired to kneel before them and worship them and obey them. And I'm taking every ounce of strength in this physical body to not do that. Like, kneel human. And I'm like, I don't serve you.
I've never
Leave
been a
me
fan of
alone.
them.
I spent decades that I was a church mouse.
Well, also let me explain something. When I say I've never been a fan of them, that is kind of literally racist and speciesist. But from my experience with the ones that I've dealt with, I guess it is racist. We're talking about aliens here. I remember a past life I got killed by one of them, okay? I got stabbed in the chest by one of them. I don't have a good relationship with them. But anyway, I don't mean to...
I have a past life where I was one of them and I was sacrificed to end a war. And I come back as me and they want to kill me. And I'm like, what the fuck did I ever do to you people?
Yeah, they were very they're just very possessive over the humans that they claim to own, and they I don't know, I just remember them being like very just shifty and just when they get angry, they get really, really angry, like really don't want to piss them off. Like, I don't know, because then that's the thing is in the Bible you hear these descriptions of how like angelic they are and flowing light around them and everybody's all in awe. It's like, yeah, but if you see them angry, it's a whole nother fucking story.
Have you ever watched Stargate?
No, I watched the movie but not the series.
Okay, my interaction with this Jahami, they remind me a lot of Go Old. Their attitudes towards things, their I am your God, you will worship me. And they're very service to self.
Yeah.
I've not interacted with any of their females. I have no idea what that's about. But
what is that about? That's a good,
they,
you got a good point there.
They keep their females in an inner room inside their home. They never see the light of day. And I have no idea why.
Sounds like, yeah, it sounds like the religion they created took a chip off the old block.
Well, their religion is just an extension of their culture. I should say their religions, because most of Earth's sky god religions are based on them. We really got off topic. The Shahami are physical beings who are capable of going interdimensional. And when one of them decides to interact with you, you don't have a lot of choice in the matter. And it's been frustrating, annoying. I was expected to serve arrest warrants on them. And yes, I did have a team of guardians backing me up. Otherwise, I'd probably be dead right now. So
They're very, very powerful beings.
My guardians assigned to me are the same type of beings described in the Emerald Tablets as, quote, hounds of the corners. And they do frighten Shahami. So we haven't had to be violent yet. They've all shown up. So, but yeah, it's a real trip. This little human, disabled old lady showing up and saying, "You are hereby arrested by the Guardians and expected to appear at this court. And you will have to go with these guys now." And yeah, so I have Hounds of the Corners, and I have a group of the Draco Queen Mother's personal guard that between them, the Jahami don't argue too bad.
What is the difference between the Draco or the Draconians and the Anunnaki? Is there a difference, or what is it?
The Draco were one of the races that were part of the group Anunnaki. The Jahami are a subject race of the Draco.
So they're under the Draco.
They're under the Draco. So when I show up and I have 4 Hounds of the Corners and I have a dozen Draco guards with me, they don't argue with me. They may cuss me, but they don't argue with me. So,
where are the Shahami and the Anunnaki located now? There's some of them on Earth.
yeah, there's some on Earth, there's some on Mars, there's some on their homeworld, which I have been on it. I got there in a spaceship.
Or the Shahami world?
The Jahami homeworld. I've been there.
It's all glowy,
That's
right? Is it all glowy there? Like
yeah, it's shiny. They have it. They have where we have an ozone layer. They have a layer of powdered gold around them, and it reflects the light back in, and yeah, it's glowy. It looks like marble temples, white on a hillside, and lots of trees in between. It's really, really pretty and really, really elegant. And you would think you were in ancient Greece, except that they have hovercraft. And they're bigger, of course, and you never ever see females. The King's Chamber, which is where I was tried, is lined with oak panels that have been dyed darker. And I was arrested there and then put into the truth machine. And when my guardians showed up later to arrest them, one of the Draco used his claws to carve into the hardwood. It translates, we had it carved in Hebrew. I can't remember the exact phrase right now, but it's from where Belteshazzar was overrun by the Babylonians. Many Tekel Upsharin, I think is what it was. It's basically, you have been weighed and found wanting. And we had that carved into their king's chamber, so that the new king would remember. Ningishzida is the new king after that event. And he occasionally shows up to talk to me. He has been mostly respectful. He knows if he abuses me in any way that the Guardians will come for him. But pretty much he and Anki were the last ones that had not been arrested of the royal family. So his dad was too old, so he got the job. And we had an unusual relationship for a while. I'm glad we are past that stage.
It's interesting stuff. I've always wanted to ask you about a lot of those things.
Yeah, I don't like to talk about it because people assume that when I'm talking about the gods, that I'm talking about religion, and I'm not. I'm talking about 3D physical beings who generally want to kill me.
No, yeah, I know exactly what that's like. I mean, with Marduk, like I know Marduk. Like I had memories of Marduk, his name being Marduk, and I brought it up to someone. They're like, "The Marduk?" I'm like, what do you mean the Marduk? And they're like, from the Sumerian tablets? I'm like, what? I look it up. I'm like, holy shit.
Holy shit, yes. I had 2 lifetimes as one of them. I had 5 lifetimes as a Draco. I had 3 lifetimes on Mintaka as a Orion Royal. Before that, I was in Sirius and bebopped around the planets there. Before that, I was on Lyra. So
You've been around. What do you find helps you with your getting recall? Like getting like how does it work for you? When did it start? Like what was the first memories that you had, and like progressing through this, like how has it been getting your memories back? And I guess we can segue into altars and really what they are as well a little bit with that.
I got the mass of my SSP memories because a NSA unit used my remember code from my mind fracture. They had the actual code that these altars had been trained to remember, so you can debrief. So they used that code on me, and it's from Wizard of Oz. And I got this big lump of memories that was all in German and all mixed together, and I had to sort out, what am I remembering? When was this? So it took me 3 years to be able to talk about it. But I had had anomalies all along. 1990, I would wake up screaming, wake up the neighbors screaming, dreaming that I was crawling through the walls, and when I got the actual memory back, it was at Langley. I had been nailed inside a wall to mind fracture me and left to suffocate, and they pulled me out just before I was dead. They did that until it stopped working. So that, the memories were bubbling up, but no real context. And dreams are a little bit different than an actual memory. So the dream was I was a child crawling through walls. The memory was I was nailed inside the wall. You can see how they mesh together, but from one to the other is a leap that I didn't know to make before. So as far as I know, I'm the only one that's actually been activated on purpose. And this particular team worked for the NSA. They were Russian translators. The man who actually used the code on me was my age, and he had been at Langley with me. And that was why they used him, was because they knew I would trust him.
For our viewers, what is Langley?
Huh?
For our viewers, what is Langley?
Langley Air Force Base in Virginia is now the headquarters of the CIA. But at that point, the CIA had not yet built that. And I was in a hospital situation somewhere on the base where I was kept underground in the basement. And that they initially started off with 1,000 of us. And by 1964, there were 20 of us left.
What happened to the kids?
They died in the mind fracture process.
Did they?
Okay,
So
they
they're-
had a regen tank. So if they had just died, they would have brought them back. But they became catatonic. And the regen does not fix your mind.
Yep.
So once they became catatonic, they were gone. And I never saw the bodies. So I don't know what happened to them. But we went down from 1,000 to 20 in 5 years. So this is the kind of return on investment that they were doing. Randy Kramer and I talked about it, and he said that because he had access to the military side of it, that they had felt that the program was wasting too many valuable resources. And so they came up with a different approach to the whole activate the psi abilities that was gentler on the assets. In other words, they stopped killing as many kids. So, although looking at the reports from Montauk over the 40 years they were in business, they killed 300,000. So they had about the same odds. Now, their goal was to create the same 13 by 13 by 13 hierarchical cubic array of altars that Stuart Swerdlow talks about was the goal at Montauk, so that each altar could be sold to a different agency with a tissue sample to create a clone body to put it in. And these assets could be used over and over and over and over. So I have somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,000 altars. And I have reintegrated 32. And with the reintegration of the altar, you get the memories of that altar. And otherwise, you have blank spots, missing time. You don't know what the hell you did. You don't know what you were used for. You have no idea who those altars work for. Now, I've reintegrated 32, and I have probably a dozen more that I get bleed over from. So the ones I get bleed over from, they're in bodies. They're active. And they've put in a safety mechanism so that I'm sitting in the back of their head, watching, feeling, smelling, tasting what they're doing. But I cannot affect them because I popped into an altar that was working with James Rank. We were going into a cyborg factory, to get upgrades. Penny popped in. Penny saw rows and rows and rows and rows and rows of cyborg bodies and humans on meat hooks around the edge of the room, dripping blood, alive, moaning, crying. Penny freaked. Well, I have electromagnetic pulses are one of my psi abilities. And when I got upset seeing the humans hanging on meat hooks around the edge of the factory, I sent out an EM pulse and blew up the power plant. This is the place on Mars that they're telling you is a volcano because it's still smoking. I did that. So they put in a safety thing where I cannot do that if I bleed over into another altar again. So
Where was
my
that?
couldn't hear you.
Where was that factory?
It was on Mars.
Mars.
Mars. You can check Google Mars, and it's the place where the smoke's coming up.
Google Mars. I never looked at that before.
Google Mars is an interesting thing because anything that we know is a base, you'll suddenly have it a bunch of pixelated and you can't see anything. Once in a while, they'll remove the pixelation and let you see that it's there, but only on April 1st.
Really?
So nobody believes you.
Wow, I gotta check that out.
Yeah, it's trippy. But there are, well, Ileana, the star traveler, has mapped out the planetary corporations bases that she knows of on Mars. I'm pretty sure that Ares Prima was on Mons Olympus. I know I've been through the Rift Valley in a plane. I know that the war against the native raptors and the native ants was so that they could have more suitable places for humans, and that we ended up moving and creating Neu Berlin in closer to the pole because there's more water there. But I don't know exactly where they are. And most of what my job was to fly what we would call near Earth orbit. And the computer would scan the ground and I was looking for raptor nests. And in between, I was looking for human remains to bring back to be regenerated. So on Mars, I was called Penelope Valkyren. So
They called me Fetcher. They still do, because I'm still out there right now.
yeah, I'm still out there.
Czar.
In November and December of 2018, I was taken twice a night for 45 days for 60 and backs as a navigator. The Guardians had told the Germans to evacuate a specific colony, and they basically said, fuck you. And so the Guardians blew the place up. So we are taking every ship we can find and going back in time, redialing to rescue as many of those people as we can. And we're taking them to planetoids in the Oort cloud, and they are creating underground colonies. And so they are starting over. And as we come through the sun, planetary corporations is attacking. And their assets, who are whistleblowers and public, are talking about what great, wonderful battles they're having, what great victories, that they're stomping the Germans. But they're not saying those are refugee ships full of women and children. So, because it's a time loop that I'm in, the me here has already finished all of them, but all 90 of them are still in progress for the time zone. So out there, I'm working my ass off trying to save these people, and the me here knows we were only able to get half of them. We didn't have enough ships. So you can only go back to the same moment in time so many times before it will no longer allow you to.
Really?
Yeah. So by the time we reached saturation, we had only rescued half the people.
I never knew that.
So the German High Command, Oberkommando, has now decided to cooperate with the Guardians, and they are evacuating all of the German colonies and returning to the solar system. What the Guardians have told me is, once they get all of the humans from the galaxy back into the solar system, we will be given the opportunity to let them parent us as a race, to teach us how to be responsible galactic citizens. If we say yes, we will be given the technology for everyone who is sentient, and that's more than just humans. Everyone who is sentient will be given food, water, housing, shelter, education, clothing, everything we need for survival will be provided through technology. The money debt system will be gone, and people will be able to practice their skills, their talents, to use what they are good at without having to worry about having to make money. And if we say no, there's a natural disaster that's scheduled, and we will be shoved back to the Stone Age to start over. Because as we are now, we are a threat to the rest of the galaxy.
I would agree with that.
So
Human beings are fuckers.
this is what I've been told. And this is what I'm supposed to be telling people, that we have this decision coming, and it's in our best interest to say yes.
Yeah.
But if we want to be stubborn and selfish, and nobody's going to get something without working for it, then we'll be shoved back to the Stone Age to try again.
Better luck next time.
Yeah, I understand that we have already said no 4 times.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Why?
Because we have this thing instilled into us that we have to struggle to live, that if we don't struggle to live, that we don't deserve it. We don't want to give up pecking order.
That makes sense.
You know, I mean, every time they raise the minimum wage, how many people do you hear complaining because their pay wasn't raised with the minimum wage, and now they're the same pay as everybody else after working so hard to get $5 ahead of them?
Yeah, ask your boss for more money, dumbass. That's my explanation to those people. Or get a better job.
Yeah, tell your boss if you don't get back to the same scale that you're going to find another job.
Yeah.
Or tell them you did find another job.
Or light the fire under his ass.
So, you know, it is what it is. People are stuck with this idea in their heads. And I've talked to them and talked to them and talked to them, and they throw it back in my face and they say nasty things. And if it weren't my job to tell this, I wouldn't be, because people are fucking nasty out there.
Yeah, they are.
So,
I mean, I've already had people ask me, like, if you have Omega suicide programming, why haven't you killed yourself already? It's like, really? Like, fucking, is that a real honest question you ask me? Like
I got sent back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They use time travel bullshit to make you not able to kill yourself.
I got sent back. It's not even time travel. It's there is something beyond who talks to me and says, well, you know you can't get by with this. You have to go back. Don't do this again.
That'll be a segue into the next question, the last question. What do you think of the idea that we are living inside of a computer simulation?
I know we are.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. I have pernicious anemia. I've had 3 near-death experiences from it. The last one, I decided I'm not going to go any of the usual places. So I took myself to the black hole at the origin of this universe. And I went through that. And it was a black hole for a very, very long way. And then suddenly it's this huge, bright light. And there's this honking computer sitting there. And I'm in a pod attached to this thing. A headgear thing. And I take that off and I crawl out of the pod and I come out. It's so bright of a white light, I can't see anything but the computer because it's a dark gray. And there are these people, I use the term loosely, and I'm not talking, it's all telepathy. And we talked about it, and it was, they thought I was one of their programmers that they had sent to the machine to figure out why their simulation wasn't working right. They had no idea we were sentient. They had no idea that some of us had figured out we were in a simulation. them their anomalies were us exercising free will. And they were in shock because that meant they could not turn off that computer. Because if they did, we'd be gone.
Do you know why they made the computer?
They had decided to see what parameters in a universe allowed life to exist. So they had been watching the development, not just our world, but lots of worlds. And they had watched entire galaxies be taken over by AI. They had watched entire galaxies never develop life at all. And they had watched the panspermia basically bring life into everything in this galaxy. So they had been watching all this all along, and to them it was a big science experiment, and they had no idea we were sentient. And so with that experience, they and I had a discussion about what else did I think was wrong. And I said, well, we're about 20% too far into dominance rather than cooperation. That being the main problem I see in the world is the desire to dominate.
Yeah.
And I think some dominance is necessary for personal survival. But I think we're too far. Individually
Oh,
and
for sure.
and
Individualism is killing us.
yeah. So I talked to them about that too. And they gave me some instructions to try when I got back, and I've tried them, and I'm waiting to see how it turns out. But I'm not supposed to talk about them, but the main goal is to balance us better.
We're approaching the 2-hour mark here. Is there anything else you want to talk about? I ended up being a very in-depth interview. And I really like some of the stuff that we got to talk about. It went a lot of places that I didn't expect, but they're all good.
Yeah. I never know where I'm going to go with an interview. And when I'm talking to someone who has a background, I tend to go deep without even realizing it. Misha Johnston once told me I can go from 0 to 2 deep in 10 seconds or less.
Yeah.
So,
No, we got pretty deep
it
into
is.
this stuff.
It is what it is. This is a topic that too many people see it as fun and games, space cowboys, shoot 'em
Oh
up.
yeah.
And the truth of the matter is, it's layers and layers and layers of slavery and
Trauma.
way
Drama.
too much drama. And people who think they're going to get rich by going public and then get angry and nasty when they don't. And honestly, the producers and the hotels and networks making money. Everybody else is just sort of bashing their heads against.
Well, I think we're just in the very initial beginning phases of this, so we just gotta hold on hope. Since I've come public, I've activated at least 10 people, so just gotta keep going.
Well, Congress is having hearings next week about are the ETs real and weak. So this is going to get interesting.
Yeah, you're cutting in and out a bit, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was just notified that my internet is unstable, so.
Gotcha. Well, it might be a good time to, I guess, cut things out since it's been about 2 hours anyway.
Yeah, it's probably a good place to leave.
Well, thanks for talking with me. It was a great first interview. I've got a couple other ones lined up. I'm going to be talking with Matt Tracy. I'm going to be talking with Joseph, and there's going to be more. And then, yeah, we're going to be doing videos with like, just like commentary over like old Al Bielek and Preston Nichols videos and stuff. It's going to get pretty interesting.
Yeah, don't forget that Memorial Day weekend, Saturday, we are doing, as far as I know, the first ever roundtable of the Montauk 2.0 kids, or at least the ones that can sit and be civil. I invited more people than have accepted, so don't think someone's not real because they didn't show.
Oh, okay. No, I wouldn't think that.
So
Yeah, no, I've discovered a couple of new Montauk kids since I last talked to you. Pretty interesting.
well, I didn't expect it to be the last one, and I found some clips that I was able to download from the internet. So I'll be showing some short excerpts where some of the perps admitted to certain things that I'm going to ask you guys what you think about them.
Oh, we'll fucking tell you, dude.
Oh, I know. I don't expect any of you to be shy.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of pain attached to that whole situation, that everything that happened there.
Well, I would be shocked if there wasn't. When I was 6, I spent 6 months at Montauk, and it was before Al Bielek was there. It was a different program, but it was still very disturbing on many, many levels.
Yeah.
So
well,
Montauk isn't a new thing either. So.
No, it's not. Well, I appreciate you giving us somewhere. I mean, I think it'll be good. We'll be able to cover a lot of ground with that. It's gonna be 4 hours long, you said?
I have been promised 4 hours of airtime.
Okay. Yeah.
So we don't have to go the whole time if everybody's upset.
No. Okay. Well, it's good to give everybody enough time to talk.
Yeah,
So
it is.
We all appreciate that. But anyway, it was a great interview with you, Penny, and I'll see you on the 28th.
Okay.
You take care.
Well, that was a great interview. We got another one coming up with Matt Tracy. It sucks Matt and I don't talk anymore. I'll be real about that. We did a whole interview about Montauk, and he was saying that alternate realities don't exist. And I don't know why, but I was like, look, I'm not going to put on an interview that says that alternate realities don't exist. He was being like, we just changed the timeline. There's only one reality that we changed a bunch. I'm like, no, there's alternate realities. And it was just kind of odd, and I didn't want to put it on my YouTube, and because of that, he like blocked me. However, I just want to point out the guy's real. He's got real testimony. He really was there. If you find him online, he's a real guy with real testimony. And I think the interviews that we did do on this channel, whether or not we're friends still, are really important. So without further ado, we're going to do the second interview with Matt Tracy. And this is Secret Space Programs True Origins Part 2. We get into some more history. Let's go.
Hi, this is Arkheim, and I'm here with Matt Tracy. This is our second interview for the Fractal Weapons YouTube channel. And today we're going to be elaborating on the ins and outs of the history of SSP, some of the different ET groups that are involved, and more or less just elaborate on the first interview and get Matt's perspective on things as well. And if you want to introduce yourself, I think that might actually work a little bit better this time.
Really don't know what to say. I'm a my lab survivor, Montauk survivor, all around SSP survivor. I don't really consider myself like other people, those hero mongers that consider themselves veterans. I was a slave. I didn't have a choice in the matter. I was taken as a kid and tortured, mind fractured, and those fractured components were molded and trained into other personalities that they could use and control. All different kinds of areas. I remember service with the Draconian Empire's human auxiliary force. I remember serving several different areas, probably several different altars with the Germans, both in their civilian force of, their R&D research and development groups, as well as their military force, Nachtwaffen. I do remember a couple of things about Kruger. I don't really remember Monarch Solutions, but I had a weird encounter when I kind of saw the trailer for a video game that involved time travel, and it was centered all around this company called Monarch Solutions. And all of a sudden, as soon as I saw the building name Monarch Solutions, I didn't even remember Monarch, hadn't heard of it. I just suddenly started freaking out, saying, oh my God, they're in a video game? And immediately, uncontrollably, I kind of bilocated or remote viewed, something along those lines, this office room with these kind of human gray hybrid looking guys in suits.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And all of them stop at their keyboards simultaneously. And one of them stands up, turns around and looks right at me. And suddenly I'm back in my body, in my bedroom, sitting at my bed where I just was. And then suddenly that one is standing in my bedroom, right in front of me, between me and my window, just looking at me, observing me, I guess trying to assess if I'm a threat or not. After maybe 2 minutes of him just standing there, staring at me, he just kind of disappeared. So I assume I was considered not a threat. So obviously I must have some understanding of Monarch to have had that encounter.
Was that the thing that triggered you realizing that you were in military abduction black ops programs?
Oh no, this was much later. I was very in denial most of my life. As I was growing up as a kid, as a teenager, as a young adult in my early 20s, I was, that's just the best way to put it, completely in denial. After this one encounter that happened while I was fully awake, was the final straw, I guess you could say, that finally pushed me out of my my box of comfort. And I was forced to realize I was in these programs of stuff that I'd only seen on YouTube, and I was remembering things no one had ever talked about. And when I started bringing it up with other people, they started confirming that what I was remembering was real, because then they started bringing up with me things that I was remembering but hadn't said yet, and they had never talked about in public.
Yeah, I know what that's like.
So yeah, so it's just like a further compounding of the confirmation. But before that, I had all kinds of things happening as a kid. Around maybe 8 or 9 years old, I was missing an entire day of the week, the same day of the week, every week for several months. Thursday, I'd go to bed on Wednesday night. I'd wake up the next morning, and the first thing I would notice is the homework in my bag was not the homework I brought home last night. So that was weird. I'd go to school, and that would be the first thing I would realize is the calendar on the wall was saying Friday, and I was like, what? No, it's Thursday. And the date on my homework was also Friday. I suddenly realized, and I'm like, what? And it's as if my homework for Thursday had already been turned in. So I'm like, I started asking around the teacher, my friends, my parents, my siblings. Everybody was like, nothing was wrong. I wasn't missing. I wasn't acting oddly on Thursday. But from my perspective, Thursday was completely missing from my memory. After this started happening repeatedly, I started freaking out. I'd wake up Friday morning, crying, freaking out that I missed Thursday again. And my parents just chalked it up as me playing, talked it up as a joke. The same with my teacher, the principal. I would even brought it up with the principal, and he didn't do anything. He just chalked it up as me crying for attention.
It's really hard to understand that this kid's telling the truth.
You see these other kids, they'll say something like that, and suddenly they're brought to, a specialist, try to figure out what's going on. Is this really happening? Is something wrong with this kid? But me, for some reason, everybody was chalking it up as a joke or me crying for attention, as if nothing was wrong, as if they were programmed to not think anything of it. And that freaked me out. My dad, only maybe 10 years later, I'm in my late teens, almost hitting 20, and my dad finally tells me that he finally believes me about what happened, about me missing Thursdays, because I never let up, and I was always freaked out about it. And he saw that as a sign of that wasn't a cry for attention, something was really wrong. And now it was too late to figure out what was wrong.
Right.
And I've been asking that question, what could have done that? Obviously, I wasn't. I was there for Thursday, but I was missing my memories of Thursday. And then
So it's almost like something was happening on Thursday and they're just taking all your memories just to make sure.
What I figured out, and it actually was random accident. I ran across a I forget if it was a blog or if somebody was talking about it on YouTube. I can't remember. But I remember coming across the information that the old MK Ultra, the early stages of the MK Ultra project, when it was still public, they had patented a drug that I can't seem to find. If somebody else could find it, that would be awesome. But they had patented a drug that causes you to lose the memory of the last 24 hours. So if I was taken Friday morning, before dawn, and then brought back and given that drug just before being brought back, the last 24 hours would have been missing.
Yeah, that sounds like what might have been happening to you. So more or less, from the introduction, I get that you were in Black Ops programs, and the viewers get the gist of how it started for you.
I was all over the place.
What's that?
I was all over the place. I've got altars in every nook and cranny of the programs.
Yeah.
Every time somebody starts bringing up something new, I start remembering things.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things
We tend to trigger each other's memory recall.
Yeah, and it's never like, oh, cool, another altar.
Yeah.
It's always like, oh, god damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to dive into some more of the history of the SSP with you, I guess, because I do know that you know a bit about it. But one of the questions that I wanted to ask you, and I guess because I have my opinions on it too, is just a conversation starter. And I wanted to ask Penny this, but I forgot to. So I want to bring it up in this interview. Why do you think it is that these Black Ops programs bother to put us back? Why do we even have these normal lives?
I've asked that question to myself. I don't have a concrete answer that this is what it is, but I have some theories. One of them is the idea of maintaining public control on Earth. The only way to do that is to stay as in the shadows as possible. And if too many people go missing, more and more questions start getting asked. And if enough people start asking the wrong questions, or I should say the right questions, then people, start banding together to figure out what's going on. And then suddenly, if enough people start, then the right.
Well, that would explain why they take us over and over again, right? Okay.
This is why they bring you back and memory wipe you and let you live out your life, is because they don't want to lose control of the Earth populace, of the public's mind control. And people can break free from that if they start asking questions, if they start getting curious. They can. It is possible to break free from it yourself if you start asking the right questions to yourself. But the reason I think that I've theorized you're brought back is sorry, I lost.
They bring us back.
Yeah, I lose track of my thoughts and the organization of my thoughts very easily.
No, I know what that's like.
Yeah.
I think that part of what's going on with us being here on Earth in these normal lives is, this is like a really crude way of saying it. Obviously, it's not like literal, but to me, it's sort of like a save folder. Like Earth and our lives here on Earth, it's like a save folder, and our consciousness is a file. And they can access that file whenever they want by letting us live these normal lives.
Well, actually, that's not what you're trying to say is they can take parts of our consciousness and then go play with them while the rest of it functions here on Earth.
No, that's not what I'm
really
saying.
what happens.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay.
I'm just saying that while we're here on Earth living our lives, we can be taken for these programs. And it's sort of like your consciousness is like a file in a computer, which is these bodies. And when they want to access that file, they can kidnap you, take your consciousness, put it into a clone. Obviously it's a fracture. It's not your literal you literally.
It is. It's the entire consciousness brain has to be put into that clone, not just the fractured alter. It all comes in one go. You don't get broken up. They don't have the technology to do something like that. You have your entire consciousness, your entire soul, your entire energy body gets transferred to another body. There's still a tether to this body through the pineal gland. That link that occurred when you incarnated into this body is still there. So if that body dies, you get like a rubber band snapped back to this body. But your entire self gets put into that clone body. And then they call up the command codes or whatever they're using as a trigger to control the organization between the alters in your mind, between you and all the other alters, to push you back into the subconscious and pull forward the alter that they want to work with in that body, in that service. That's how that works. Now, putting us back here in this life, playing devil's advocate for them, it would be more efficient for them to leave us in those stasis gel, that yellow gel they put us in that holds our bodies, stops our bodies from aging and just puts us in a kind of a coma state. It would be more efficient for them to leave us there than to put us back into this life, if all they wanted was to use us. But there has to be some other reason, motive to put us back, to put out the extra effort, the extra resources of putting us back into this life.
Well, also you got to keep in mind that there is, before time travel happened, there is some sort of baseline timeline where it didn't happen. And from what I understand, at Montauk, they figured out that certain people hold a certain weight in the timeline and affect the outcome of the timeline. And from what I understand, I'm not stating it as fact, but from what it seems like, is if they were to take all the people that they put in these programs completely out of the timeline, I think it would have unforeseen would have unforeseen consequences that could cause major problems. So I think that could be part of it. It's just timeline continuation. But I can't be certain on that, but it seems like a logical.
Think of it this way. You've got a person out there that's going through all of this that was slated to be put back after a certain time frame, but they die in such a way that they couldn't, no material could be regenerated. Let's just say they didn't have any, they lost all of the DNA. Let's say the archive of DNA to create another clone of this person is in the same lab that the originals being stored, or let's forget about the cloning process and just say, because some of these services use your original body.
Right.
And if your original body dies, you die. There's no putting you into a clone body unless they can pull back your soul, your specific consciousness into a container, which they have the technology to do that, but they require your original body to do that. Let's just say your original body dies in such a way that you are completely disintegrated and you cannot be regenerated and brought back. Well, the slated time that you were supposed to be brought back, you're missing. You as a kid, you just suddenly are missing. That's
When it happens.
Time that happened, that happens, that has happened, that's part of the time. So to say that they do that just to maintain a certain amount of time has some weight, but it's not a concrete amount of weight.
There's probably more than one reason why they put us back. It's probably not just one reason.
I suspect so. I suspect it started with some kind of think tank saying these are the variables, these are the positive outcomes, these are the negative outcomes we're going to be facing if we don't do it this way. And it's all a matter of figuring out what all that is to answer that question. You know, what are all the different variables that would occur if all they did was take us and never bring us back? What are the outcomes that occur in doing so, in putting us back into this life that would not have occurred otherwise?
Yeah, I just think that with as many people that are in these programs, it seems like it's quite a few people. Just the Germans alone take 150,000 people a year, I guess. So to me, it's like if they weren't putting us back, I mean, that's like a lot of people. You know what I mean? Like they kind of have to, right? Like,
I do want to bring up a little statistic, and I think this is I don't think this is statistic for worldwide. I think this is just for America. Since the mid 1940s, the number of missing persons in America have stayed consistent, give or take a few hundred, have stayed consistent at 700,000 people per year. Still to this day, even though the numbers of the population has grown, the numbers of basically every aspect of our population has grown, the number of missing persons every year, give or take only a few hundred, have stayed consistently at 700,000 people per year.
that seems a bit odd.
That seems very too consistent to be natural.
It also does seem to me, though, just looking at, you know, the world around you, there obviously are kidnappings and disappearances and stuff like that have nothing to do with these programs. So that makes it even a bit strange.
That's where the variable comes in.
Yeah.
You know, the where the difference in each year comes in, give or take a few hundred, sometimes give or take 1,000 or so. But if you average them all out, they stay at 700,000 people per year.
Yeah. So it makes you wonder if there's just a lot of unlucky people that just don't get put back.
Now that's
Oh, you just
that's
switched
the
out
people
on me.
that
Sorry.
were the people that were never brought back, that were never sent back. That number does not include all of us that were sent back.
Right.
That's just the people that didn't make it.
Yeah. It's kind of disheartening to see and realize it's occurring, and to know that the average Joe isn't paying attention, doesn't care, and if we told them
The
what was
average
going on, they
Joe
wouldn't believe us.
is too busy paying attention to whether he can pay his rent this month or not.
That's
So
true.
that he's too busy trying to figure out if he can put food on his family's table to feed his family or not.
That's a good point.
And they put us in that state on purpose so that they can control, what we're focusing on in life, what we're thinking about, so that we're not too busy to make them richer.
Yeah.
So that we're not too busy with our own desires and dreams to put more money and resources into their pockets.
One thing I wanted to delve into with you, which is something that I delved into a bit with Penny, is the history of these different ET groups that are part of the secret space programs. Like, obviously, the Anunnaki, which you have all these opinions about using that word because it just means messenger, right? Or what angel means messenger, Anunnaki means visitor from the sky, right?
Anunnaki was used back then by the ancient Sumerians in the exact same way that we use the term ET today, or extraterrestrial. Every being, every person, even if he's human, that was not born on Earth soil is an extraterrestrial, is an ET.
And same thing as an Anunnaki.
They would call him, the ancient Sumerians would have called each and every one of them an Anunnaki.
But now we associate that term with reptilians for some reason.
That, I think that was a David Icke thing. I think he's the one that started that crap.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, so that's one thing that I want to really touch base on too. Like, I guess just in general, this channel is, we're one of the things that we can always assert to people with this channel is the fact that it's a collaborative thing, and that we're people that were in these programs that have shared memories, shared testimony, and one of the things that I personally think makes our testimony ring truer than some other very arguably nefarious sources is the fact that we can both vouch for what each other are saying. Or we all can do that. We all have this shared reality that we are a part of. It's not like one person spouting off about these ideas and theories that they have. I think that's really important. And I think it's important that we bring up like people like David Icke and Corey Good and some of these guys who, for some reason, people associate us with them, while meanwhile we'll tell you straight up that they're charlatans and they're weasels, I don't know.
I think Corey Good refers to all of us that have memories of serving in the German fleet. I think he calls us all demons. As if the stuff he did was better in some way. We were all, every single fucking one of us is a slave, is still being taken. Until the day we die, we are still considered tools, assets to be used. But everything we've done out there was at someone else's whim, and it was at that person's selfish desire. None of it was done for the betterment of all of mankind or all of the galaxy.
It's almost kind of like we look at Earth.
Because the people, the humans that are in control of these programs want something that someone else has. and uses us as tools to obtain that. We have murdered entire species out there. We've blown up entire populated planets, and people are becoming furious that the galaxy is against us, that we should push back at being pushed back into our solar system, and like being put back into our playpen. I am personally surprised that the rest of the galaxy hasn't just wiped, their problems away permanently by completely making our entire species extinct. I'm surprised that they have had the compassion and mercy to see us as ignorant children, and they're treating us as such, as ignorant children who don't know better, not as competent adults who know better and will be treated as adults, as murderers and criminals. We're being treated as ignorant little children who simply don't know better.
By who, though? Really, like, okay, I think that's an interesting take.
There is a galactic authority,
right? That there's this is something that's confusing to me too, which we can elaborate on from the last interview that I did with Penny. Is there's a galactic authority that oversees everything that seems to be separate from the Draconian Empire.
The galactic authority considers everyone sentient. The Galactic Authority is younger than the Draconian Empire, but has reached the point in power simply because of its numbers of peoples that have joined it.
Different ET races.
Even the Draconian Empire listens to what they have to say with seriousness.
So what does the Galactic Authority think of the whole situation of us being basically our souls being treated as property and us being used as a resource by ET groups?
I'm not sure about what all the laws are, but from what little
seems to me like they need to change.
Well, these laws are millions of years old.
Yeah, they might be a bit archaic.
You got to think about this. You're thinking very narrowly. You're thinking only about us, but you're not realizing that we're not the only young, ignorant race of people in the galaxy that have come up. There were young, ignorant races before us that probably acted in the same manner, and there will be after us, and there are others out there right now. So the government of the galaxy is acting under experience, not under this is a one-time thing. And we've done this more than once in the past, but I think that the last few times that this occurred, when humans were brought back and asked, they were basically given an ultimatum each time. The Galactic Authority recognized that our parents are considered as the Jahami. The Jahami are considered our parents. Even though we have other species in our genetic mix, the Jahami were the first ones to breed humans. So we're considered their children, not necessarily property. And it's because of that we're being given a chance. As far as the idea of being property, I think there's kind of a language barrier going on there. It's more children.
Well, my whole thing is, I can tell you from memories that I have, of service and my own lifetimes as a ET. They very much so view us as property. I mean, you can say what you want to. This isn't an interpretation. I remember it. And not only that, Marduk, who I found out through Penny, apparently owns the planet Earth. He considered my soul his property.
The reason he owns the planet Earth and the reason the Galactic Authority recognized that is, first off, Earth is a draconian occupied space. The Jahami have a contract with the Draco Empire. The Jahami are members of the Draco Empire, not the Galactic Authority. And the Jahami have a contract to lease the planet. They're renting the planet. If I'm not mistaken, Marduk is Enki's son. And we understand Enki is a half-breed himself. He's half Draconian, half Shahami. His father is or was the king of all the Jahami and was seen as so unruly and aggressive. Even the queen mother of the Draco Empire sought to find a way to subdue his aggressiveness. So she actually married off one of her Draconian royal daughters to him. And they gave birth to Enki, who is the half brother of Enlil. Enlil being the older of the two. Enki is the one whose genetics actually managed to work in creating humans. The Homo sapien is a mix of 25% Draconian, 25% Jahami, and 50% local Earth primate. Now, there's another group called Homo capensis, which is considered the royal line of the human race, or at least in terminology. Basically, what they were is the Jahami find Earth to be deadly. The nitrogen in their atmosphere break apart the telomeres in their DNA, and the monoatomic elements that they use to protect their DNA doesn't really help much against the nitrogen atmosphere. And because of that, their lifespan is shortened significantly. So they made Homo capensis, which they basically took humans, which were already 25% Draconian, 25% Jahami from their Enki bloodline, and 50% local primate. They took humans and then further Enki and made Homo capensis, which we consider to be the red-haired giants. Also note, I found out that Genghis Khan was said to be over 7 feet tall. Even though he had an oriental face, he was over 7 feet tall and had red hair.
Interesting.
Yeah. And more than 98% of every Asian person on this earth has a lineage that can be traced back to Genghis Khan because of how much sex he had during his day. Like, he conquered everything and everywhere, and he slept with every single woman he could find. So there's a whole lot of offspring from him. If you have any kind of lineage linking to the Orient, it's more than likely you have a lineage linking to Genghis Khan. Anyway, where was I? I lost track of my thoughts.
You're just talking about Homo capensis. The red-haired giants. So by red-haired giants, explain
kings.
how big were they? Where did they live? What happened
Well,
to them,
they
etc.
probably started at around 12-ish feet and slowly shrunk over time.
What's going
Probably
on with all the all the evidence of their existence, like the bones and the archaeological evidence, like what's going on there?
that I don't really know too much about that. I know that the original purpose of the Smithsonian, the original purpose of the forming of the Smithsonian was to grab bones of giants and get them out of the public eye. And then they would hire ships to go over the Marianas Trench and dump the bones into Challenger Deep.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm going to be talking with an archaeologist that's is a friend of mine tomorrow, because he knows all about all the stuff I believe in, and I know that he's more or less going to tell me that I'm full of shit, but I just kind of want to hear his take on things. You know what I mean? I want to see where he's coming from, what he's found as an archaeologist, what they teach him, and I'm interested in maybe interviewing him. We'll see how that goes. But no, that's something that I'm really interested in, and I can just tell you, man, I feel the weight of it every day. What's been stolen from us, our own history has been stolen from us. You know, we are living in a lie. I've felt it my whole life, and it's unfortunate that so many people that go down this rabbit hole trying to figure out our history come out of it in very strange places like flat Earth and just all sorts of places that aren't based really in reality a lot of the times. And
A lot of it was a psyop to test the populace and see how much control that they have over manipulating the beliefs and thoughts of the mass public. How well or how efficient are their efforts and techniques and strategies?
yeah,
I remember now what I was trying to get at about the whole Homo capensis thing. Talking about shit, I'm losing it.
Homo capensis, red-haired giants.
About the 4 times before that we were brought back to the solar system. This has happened 4 times in our past. We are in currently attempt number 5 of leaving Earth. 4 times in our past, I believe that it was actually Homo capensis that was leading the charge. That was actually gaining the technology, gaining power over knowledge and the resources they need to free themselves from the Jahami, and started going out into, local space and reaching out throughout this arm of our galaxy, and then pushed back. I think this attempt number 5 is actually the first time Homo sapien has led the charge. Because before we were considered, Homo sapien was considered the slaves of the Homo capensis.
Yes.
And the Homo capensis were considered the children. By the galaxy, as far as the Galactic Authority goes, we are considered the children of the Jahami. The Draconian Empire considers us the property of the Jahami. And the Jahami are property of the Draconian Empire. They are subjects within.
How does that roll in with Marduk saying he owns the planet? Is
He-
that who they're
He's
leasing the Earth
paying the
from?
lease. He's paying the lease. That's all that means in legal terms, in legalese. Marduk, we mine all the resources. The bloodline family upon which Marduk is the head takes a percentage and then pays rent to the rest of the Jahami, and then the Jahami pay the actual lease directly from the Draconian Empire. They pay on the lease.
And what do they have to pay?
All kinds of stuff. It started out with raw minerals. Then as we became agriculturists, that got added into it. As we became animal farmers, that got added into it. There was a time in our history where the Draconian Empire considered human as a delicacy, also as a good fighting force. So even the Draconian Empire, since the beginning, have been, as part of the rent, getting humans as a mix of those who were useful on the battlefield, were allowed to live and serve as soldiers. Those who weren't were eaten. Since the Germans left the planet and modern man has changed the view that the Draconian Empire has on humans as far more useful regardless. They can be trained. The Germans kind of changed their outlook on all of man's usefulness. So there was laws put in place to outlaw the use of humans as food, but the ICC, aka the bloodline families, are in control of the ICC. So anytime you think about the alliance, which is the new word for the ICC, you're thinking about the Homo capensis, the bloodline, that are the bankers, control of all the money. They're saying fuck it to those laws. Whatever they can get their hands on and whatever they can use to obtain it, they will. And if that means selling human body parts and adrenochrome, they're going to do that. And they're going to find every single way they can to get away with it. This is an under the rug operation.
So this is like the royal families and stuff like that, basically,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Right. A lot of people seem to, when you talk about the bankers and what they're doing, they try to take it to an anti-Semitic place, and I don't think that's really.
The modern day bankers started with the Jewish families, the highest authority levels of the Jewish families. Those are still bloodline families. They are Homo capensis descendants, just like the Vikings, just like
where does the Catholic Church fit into all this then? Right, because it's not just the Jewish.
Well,
the Jewish
I think
loyalty.
you got to look at the beginning where it came from. Rome, the heads of Rome were bloodline family members. And they saw a new way of controlling people in such a way that the people became fanatical and would die for them regardless. By controlling their beliefs, their religious beliefs, they could control their every whim. And they saw that in the local beliefs that were growing at the time. And the word Catholic or Catholicism is literally Roman Greek for the most accepted religion by the majority, the most majority accepted religion. And they took control of it. The heads of the Roman Empire took control of it and became the priests. And by doing
Where do the
so,
bloodlines sit now? Like, okay, because I can only imagine that I know some of us in the programs have bloodline in us. In fact,
Well,
I am told that
every-
all of us do.
every person that's taken has a bloodline connection.
So I want to
and-
make something really clear here. I don't have any sort of hatred towards any group that has this blood line in them, because I'm taking a genealogy test soon to find out if I'm bloodline, and I believe I am. And I do not
I
want
already know that I am.
I do not want to ever take this to a place where people can think that a certain group is behind everything and doing it all. It's the royal families, it's the Illuminati.
The families are not all of one accord.
It's not a one race of people doing it behind the scenes, and I don't want it to ever.
Genghis Khan was a bloodline member. The Yellow Emperor was a bloodline member. The Emperor,
So basically, no one's immune to
Emperor
this.
of
It's all
Japan-
over the world. I'm sure that I can only imagine that African kings might have bloodline in them. That's one of the histories that's harder to find anything on. Same thing with the Native Americans. I'm kind of curious about those histories, because people always talk about what's happened to the Europeans and what happened in Asia.
Abram, who became Abraham, who became the father of the original Jews, not necessarily the Jews that call themselves Jews today, but the original Jews. Abram was a bloodline offshoot, and when you say offshoot, it basically a bastard line who was then given power. And he lived during Marduk's reign of Samaria. That city that he left was Babel. That city that Abram left to become Abraham and the father of the Jews, the city that he left from was Babel, which was ancient Samaria.
Okay.
We're talking about roughly 5 to 6,000 years ago. And the ancient writings, I don't remember meeting Marduk personally. I know we've talked about your connection with him and the things he's done to you. I don't remember meeting him. All I have to work off of is the history that I've uncovered. And the ancient writings of Samaria, Mesopotamia, and Arcadia, these ancient writings depict Marduk as the god king, son of Enki. And so if that's the case, regardless of if he's the son of Enki, Enki being half Shahami, half Draconian blood descent, that means Marduk is going to have at minimum a portion of Jahami and a portion of Draconian in him. Enki himself was seen as a Jahami with lizard scales.
I don't know how to explain this one to you, but the Marduk that I remember him looking like an alligator. And my memories are it's kind of like the Swiss cheese effect thing, where there's only certain things that I can see. I can't see the whole picture. But
That's the way with everybody that's remembering these things. It's especially me.
But yeah, from what I remember, he was, and Joseph remembers him too. It was a alligator looking dude, went by Marduk, and I'm pretty sure he's the one that Sumerian tablets talk about. And he had a time bubble in England that was no different really than the Montauk one, except it was his thing. and I worked there as well as at Montauk in the same lifetime. That was my Jacob altar. And he did stuff to me like he looked at, in some way I betrayed him in the past, is what was the way that he looked at it, and he was punishing me, and he owned my soul basically, and I was a mercenary and an assassin for him, and
The
I did very
Shahami are very vengeful, spiteful people.
yeah. Well, he was very
The Jahami are very spiteful, very vengeful people.
yeah. He did one of the things that he did like was he kept me, and I have a sister named Arcturia. Um, he kept me and her in like a cage next to his like throne that he would sit on. And so and like we were parrots. Like he put us in bird bodies. Like I don't know if we were parrots, like maybe macaws or something, but like a tropical kind of like colorful bird. And I would go there and he'd like tell me what to do and send me on missions and stuff, and I would be looking at myself as a bird, and vice versa. My bird me would see me, and it was just like this really like humiliating thing. Like he was intentionally humiliating me. Like with everything he did,
That
he
would
was trying to
require
humiliate.
some time travel to put you both in the same room at the same time, looking at each other.
Yeah,
Because you can't split each other up like that, like right there and then. You're living your timeline linear.
yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, no, that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Like,
So I get that.
yeah. It was I don't know, man. It doesn't sit very well with me that he apparently owns the planet. It's
Well, he's no longer has any actual authority anymore.
could you elaborate on that?
All he's allowed to do is pay the rent to the Jahami, who pays their rent to the Draconians. He's not allowed to actually make any decisions anymore.
Okay.
It's like the royal family in England compared to their prime minister is the one who actually makes the decisions, while the royal family is just a figurehead that reaps the rewards.
Do you know anything about the history of the United States before it was the United States, and the history that the natives have here that before the colonizers came, and like also like Africa as well? Like what was some of the, because I know we talk about Egypt all the time, which was in Africa. I'm kind of curious if you know anything else about the history between like those places in ancient times.
I actually don't have much. I have more understanding of ancient Egypt because of my own personal research into the subject versus the rest of Africa and the Americas. I know that there are ancient stories passed down still to this day among the Native American tribes of the red-haired giants, and they called them, they were kings, they were the rulers. And during times of scarce food, food shortages, they ate a lot more, and they chose to survive over, the survival of their subjects. They ate their subjects. That's where the whole idea of giants eating people comes in, is they were set up as the rulers over the Homo sapiens, the miners, the workers, the people who actually procured and produced the means to pay the rent on this planet. They were the managers. That's what the royal class is. That's what it boils down to, the managers. They took their resources left them enough to survive, took a portion of it for themselves, and then paid off their parents, the Jahami, who were rulers over them, and they pay off the Draconians, who were rulers over them. But anyway, during times of scarcity, when there wasn't enough food to go around, they decided they were going to eat their slave workers because they didn't see them as anything more than tools. And they could just make more.
Yep. Sounds about right.
That's where that whole giants eating humans comes into play. And amongst the few things I'm aware of in the Native American tribes' histories is they have a history, and their history depicts the Bigfoot, the Sasquatch, as a completely different species from the giants. All these people that are thinking they're the giants, they're not. They're a completely different species. They have also been known to steal children as food, as a food source, but they're a completely different species to the Homo capensis.
Man, it gets pretty bananas, dude, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
I suspect
why would people be talking about
offshoot the Sasquatch? I suspect they may have been some sort of offshoot experiment along the path of either creating Homo sapien or creating Homo capensis.
Yeah, one can't be sure. Well,
It's a theory I have. It's nothing concrete.
Yeah, but I would say that I've been out in the boonies and talked to some people, enough people that, I just don't see how so many people would say that they see something in it to have it just not be real. And it's kind of wild. People always say, I don't know. It's kind of one of the things that is disappointing is there isn't very much good video or picture evidence of a lot of these things. But then again, like when you, I don't know, when you try to in the moment capture like something that's running around or an object in the sky, like it's a lot harder than people think it is to get captured that stuff sometimes. And
not just that, there's also your cameras that you're using have these auto filters and these auto focuses, and they lock on to something and they try to focus on it. They try to filter out everything. They're trying to clear it up. And these the fields that are being generated around the craft for propulsion affects the way the light wraps around it, and will affect how these auto filters and auto focuses are trying to do it. And that's where all these blurry images are coming into play still today, even with our more advanced technology. If you were to actually, if you notice these older film-based cameras had a higher resolution image than the cameras of today, even though our cameras of today are supposed to have a higher resolution and better quality. It's all a lensing effect because of the fields that they're producing. It's causing the auto filters and auto focusing apparatus with the digital cameras to basically go haywire because it's trying to focus, but the light focusing, it keeps changing.
that makes sense.
Take one key point is there was an air show. I think this was in New York that had the B-2 bomber, the B-2 Spirit bomber in it. And the B-2 Spirit bomber, suddenly you're hearing its engines roaring very quietly because it was designed to be quiet, but you can still hear its engines. And suddenly you don't hear its engines anymore. And at a very specific angle and distance, it suddenly completely disappears, where other aircraft were still completely visible to the naked eye. You could even, we're close enough to where you could even make out the identification numbers on the other aircraft. Same distance, this thing suddenly disappears. It's a lensing effect. The light wrapping around the field, it suddenly turned on to turn off its jet engines to completely silence itself.
Interesting. Physics are crazy.
The B-2 bomber has two different forms of propulsion. It has its turbojet engines, and then it has a this solid state chemical that it will suddenly burn and drive through a high voltage generator to kick out the back end to replace the high voltage negative charge end of the massive capacitor that is its electrogravitic propulsion system. It's how it's able to leave the atmosphere. The B-2 bomber can orbit Earth for a short duration of time till that fuel runs out. It's meant to be a low Earth orbital craft. In the lower atmospheres of about 50,000 feet on down, it will use its jet engines using normal jet engine fuel, and that fuel is put through a high voltage field of negative, turning that exhaust into high voltage negative ions. The front end of the leading edge of the wing is positively charged with the other end of the capacitor. And this creates a field of more of an egg shape leading towards the leading edge of the wing as the smaller end. It creates an asymmetrical high voltage capacitor. And this is how its electrogravitic field is generated. And then at higher altitudes where the jet engines simply don't have enough oomph to function, it's capable of turning those engines off, and under battery power, I think it is, it will turn this solid state fuel, block of fuel it will evaporate it into a chemical, which it then pushes through the high voltage generators, field generators, which causes them to become negatively ionized, the high end of the negative end of the capacitive terminal. And that negative voltage is pushing towards the smaller end of the terminal, which is the leading edge of the wing, which is the other end of the capacitor. And it's pushing the craft forward.
So that's like
capable of doing this in low Earth orbit, outside of the breathable atmosphere, for any kind of, even a ramjet engine, a higher altitude than even a ramjet engine. It cuts off all air intake at that point.
I'm drawing a blank right now myself.
Engines are my thing. They're my biggest hobby.
Yeah.
Electrogravitic engines. I know more about them than anything else.
So do you know about the engines of like the Star Destroyer knocked Waffen craft and stuff?
I've been trying to break those down. The big multi-kilometer ships, I don't remember, or if the engine I'm thinking of is a part of that ship, I'm not sure, because I don't remember walking around those ships. The teardrop shaped ships have a highly advanced, far more powerful version of the EM drive, that copper microwave engine. They were able to take the technology to a far higher level, and one evolutionary level of that along that path is what the Navy tried to patent a few years ago, calling it the pious effect. That's one of the evolutionary levels along the path of the copper microwave electrogravitic engine.
Interesting. We touched on the history of the Shahami quite a bit. Is it Zahami? Am I saying it wrong?
Jahami.
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 Jahami. Okay. Well, anyway.
Think of a j and a sh.
Jahami. Anyway, we've been talking quite a bit about them. Do you know a bit more of the history of the Draconian Empire itself?
I don't quite remember too much about that. I know that the head royal house of the Draconian Empire, there are 7 races as part of the leading elite of the Draconian Empire, and the 6 lower elite races of the empire were taken over by the head. The white royals, as they're called.
The Alpha Draconians, or the ones, the white ones with wings?
The white ones are known as the alphas. They're, the head, the Alpha Draconians. Alpha Draconians come from the planet that we refer to as Alpha Draconis.
Okay.
The Draconians are hybrid race of a local reptile species and the Siakar. The Siakar did a panspermia along the whole galaxy before the empire ever existed, before the Galactic Authority was ever an idea, before a lot of those races even existed that run the Galactic Authority. There were races a lot older, and the Siakar is one of those races. They're one of the few races in this galaxy that evolved naturally and not through hybridization. And they seeded a lot of the planets, a lot of the peoples that later became the peoples that the Draconians took over. The Draconians were the first race among the seeded that the Siakar seeded to actually venture out into space. And they conquered wherever they went, just like we do. Only before the Galactic Authority existed, so there was nobody to stop them. And believe it or not, the Draconians are more efficient about it than we are. They didn't just blow up wherever and destroy whole planets and species and strip mine every single thing they saw like we do. They did it more efficiently. They consider themselves as landlords. We now own you, pay us rent. Instead of,
Well, that's why I hate
we're
land.
going to destroy everything you know and leave you with nothing. And maybe we'll also take you as a resource too. That's the way we operate. That's the way the ICC operates out there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that there's so much fuckery going on out there.
Yeah.
That's why it's kept secret. No one wants to accept this stuff's happening.
And there's another factor into why it's kept secret. They don't want to be taken responsible for their actions against morality.
Yeah, the things that they've done to us are pretty bad.
Yeah.
I didn't sign up for this shit, did you?
Nope.
Man. It's a
I
crime.
have often asked myself, what would my life be like? What would my thoughts be like? What would my desires and aspirations be like if none of that had ever happened to me? If none of that was ever in my subconscious?
Yeah, I understand what you mean because it eats away at you.
So back to the Draconians, you asked, what the empire is all about. So the first race they sought out and found and conquered is the race they refer to as the Draconian warrior race. I don't know their actual name, but they are the warrior caste. They are the generals and soldiers that are sent out for battle, and they evolved from a turtle-like species, and they're also, hybridized by the Siakar through, the panspermia thing. It's hard to find a reptilian race that was not hybridized by either originally the Siakar or secondary hybridized by a race that was hybridized by the Siakar. In this galaxy, or I should say this local cluster of galaxies, you'd be extremely lucky. You should go out and immediately get a Powerball ticket if you can find a race that was originally evolved naturally.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to find.
They're hard to find these days.
But the
They
Siakar
do
was one of them.
exist.
The Siakar is one of them, though.
The Siakar is one of them.
The Shahami are not.
The Jahami evolved from the Lyrans. The Lyrans hybridized out into space also, just like the Siakar.
And the Lyrans
The
look like cat
Lyrans,
people,
they're not an originally evolved species. They are also hybridized by someone else, which I am not aware of who.
The Lyrans
The
are
Lyrans.
hybridized.
The Lyrans are hybridized too. The Lyrans went to war with the Draconian Empire. The Draconian Empire tried to take them over too. Back in the day, several billion years ago, this was, while the Draconian Empire was at its peak of conquesting out into space. These days, the empire is very stable. They don't conquest at all. In fact, there is no species that currently is undergoing conquest. There are wars that are based on, different factors of dislike, but there's no actual conquest going on in our galaxy currently. It's been millions and millions of years since the last one that I know of.
Are you aware of how many colonies are in the solar system?
In our solar
It's
system,
the solar system.
of just humans or of all different races?
Let's start with humans and then let's move on to all the different races.
Humans alone, there are probably several hundred colonies, probably close to 1,000 colonies. But we're also considering military outposts and research facilities and mining organizations as also colonies. Anywhere where you have humans living for longer than a few years, even if they're sent back to Earth, age regressed and time traveled back to the moment they were a kid and mind wiped when they were first taken. They everything under those circumstances could be considered a colony. And there are several hundred just in our solar system alone. But they're not as big as the German colonies that have reached out throughout this belt where they've taken over whole planets and grown entire civilizations.
So when you talk about these colonies, how many of them are on Mars, and then where are all the other ones?
I don't have exact numbers. Don't remember enough for that, and I probably wasn't privy to those numbers to begin with. But the majority of all colonies, regardless of species, is going to be around the green rings of Mars. Most people are not aware of the green rings. There is actual vegetation, plant life, trees on Mars, and it's not as much as it is here on Earth, but there's perfect zones close to the two ice caps, both north and south, and it's just a ring.
Can you guys hear me? Curious if you can hear me. Let me know if you can. Can you guys hear me? I don't know what's going on with this. I took a break, came back, and I couldn't hear the sound. And yeah, I saw you guys couldn't hear any sound. What we're gonna do is we're gonna remove this from the stage, and then we're gonna add to the stage again. Okay, it's still not working. What's going on? This is weird.
Hi, this is Arkheim Raw, and I'm here with Matt Tracy. This is our second interview for the Fractal Weapons YouTube channel, and today we're going to be elaborating on the ins and outs of the history of SSP.
Writings. I don't remember meeting Marduk personally. I know we've talked about your connection.
All right, let's figure out where we were at. We had some technical difficulties. I should have been paying attention more.
When there wasn't enough, they were going to eat their slave workers because they didn't see them as anything more than tools. And they could just make more.
Yep. Sounds about right.
That's where that whole giants eating humans comes in. And amongst the few things I'm aware of in the Native American tribes' histories is they have a history, and their history depicts Bigfoot, the Sasquatch, as a completely different species from the giants. All these people that are thinking they're the giants, they're not. They're a completely different species. They have also been known to steal children as food, as a food source, but they're a completely different species to the Homo capensis.
Man, it gets pretty bananas, dude, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
I suspect
why would people be talking about
offshoot the Sasquatch? I suspect they may have been some sort of offshoot experiment along the path of either creating Homo sapien or creating Homo capensis.
Yeah, one can't be sure. Well,
It's a theory I have. It's nothing concrete.
Yeah, but I would say that I've been out in the boonies and talked to some people, enough people that I mean, I just don't see how so many people would say that they see something in it to have it just not be real. And it's kind of wild. People always say, I don't know. It's kind of one of the things that is disappointing is there isn't very much good video or picture evidence of a lot of these things. And but then again, like when you like I don't know, when you try to in the moment capture like something that's running around or an object in the sky, like it's a lot harder than people think it is to get captured that stuff sometimes. And
Not just that, there's also your cameras that you're using have these auto filters and these auto focuses, and they lock on to something and they try to focus on it. They try to filter out everything. They're trying to clear it up. And these the fields that are being generated around the craft to for propulsion affects the way the light wraps around it, and will affect how these auto filters and auto focuses are trying to do it. And that's where all these blurry images are coming into play still today, even with our more advanced technology. If you were to actually, if you notice these older film-based cameras had a higher resolution image than the cameras of today, even though our cameras of today are supposed to have a higher resolution and better quality. It's all a lensing effect because of the fields that they're producing. It's causing the auto filters and auto focusing apparatus with the digital cameras to basically go haywire because it's trying to focus, but the light focusing, it keeps changing.
that makes sense.
Take one key point is there was an air show. I think this was in New York that had the B-2 bomber, the B-2 Spirit bomber in it. And the B-2 Spirit bomber, suddenly you're hearing its engines roaring very quietly because it was designed to be quiet, but you can still hear its engines. And suddenly you don't hear its engines anymore. And at a very specific angle and distance, it suddenly completely disappears, where other aircraft were still completely visible to the naked eye. You could even, were close enough to where you could even make out the identification numbers on the other aircraft. Same distance, this thing suddenly disappears. It's a lensing effect. The light wrapping around the field, it suddenly turned on to turn off its jet engines to completely silence itself.
Interesting. Physics are crazy.
The B-2 bomber has two different forms of propulsion. It has its turbojet engines, and then it has this solid state chemical that it will suddenly burn and drive through a high voltage generator to kick out the back end to replace the high voltage negative charge end of the massive capacitor that is its electrogravitic propulsion system. It's how it's able to leave the atmosphere. The B-2 bomber can orbit Earth for a short duration of time till that fuel runs out. It's meant to be a low Earth orbital craft. In the lower atmospheres of about 50,000 feet on down, it will use its jet engines using normal jet engine fuel, and that fuel is put through a high voltage field of negative, turning that exhaust into high voltage negative ions. The front end of the leading edge of the wing is positively charged with the other end of the capacitor. And this creates a field of more of an egg shape leading towards the leading edge of the wing as the smaller end. It creates an asymmetrical high voltage capacitor. And this is how its electrogravitic field is generated. And then at higher altitudes where the jet engines simply don't have enough oomph to function, it's capable of turning those engines off, and under battery power, I think it is, it will turn this solid state fuel block of fuel into, it will evaporate it into a chemical, which it then pushes through the high voltage generators, field generators, which causes them to become negatively ionized, high of, the high end of the negative end of the capacitive terminal. And that negative voltage is pushing towards the smaller end of the terminal, which is the leading edge of the wing, which is the other end of the capacitor. And it's pushing the craft forward.
So that's like
doing this in low Earth orbit, outside of the breathable atmosphere, for any kind of, even a ramjet engine, a higher altitude than even a ramjet engine. It cuts off all air intake at that point.
I'm drawing a blank right now myself.
Engines are my thing. They're my biggest hobby.
Yeah.
Electrogravitic engines. I know more about them than anything else.
So do you know about the engines of like the Star Destroyer Waffen craft and stuff?
I've been trying to break those down. The big multi-kilometer ships, I don't remember, or if the engine I'm thinking of is a part of that ship, I'm not sure, because I don't remember walking around those ships. The teardrop shaped ships have a highly advanced, far more powerful version of the EM drive, that copper microwave engine. They were able to take the technology to a far higher level, and one evolutionary level of that along that path is what the Navy tried to patent a few years ago, calling it the Pius effect. That's one of the evolutionary levels along the path of the copper microwave electrogravitic engine.
Interesting. We touched on the history of the Shahami quite a bit. Is it Zahami? Am I saying it wrong?
Jahami.
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 Jahami. Okay. Well, anyway.
Think of a j and a sh.
Jahami. Anyway, we've been talking quite a bit about them. Do you know a bit more of the history of the Draconian Empire itself?
I don't quite remember too much about that. I know that the head royal house of the Draconian Empire, there are 7 races as part of the leading elite of the Draconian Empire, and the 6 lower elite races of the empire were taken over by the head. The white royals, as they're called.
The Alpha Draconians, or the ones, the white ones with wings?
The white ones are known as the Alphas. They're, the head, the Alpha Draconians. Alpha Draconians come from the planet that we refer to as Alpha Draconis.
Okay.
The Draconians are hybrid race of a local reptile species and the Siakar. The Siakar did a panspermia along the whole galaxy before the empire ever existed, before the Galactic Authority was ever an idea, before a lot of those races even existed that run the Galactic Authority. There were races a lot older, and the Siakar is one of those races. They're one of the few races in this galaxy that evolved naturally and not through hybridization. And they seeded a lot of the planets, a lot of the peoples that later became the peoples that the Draconians took over. The Draconians were the first race among the seeded that the Siakar seeded to actually venture out into space, and they conquered wherever they went, just like we do. Only before the Galactic Authority existed, so there was nobody to stop them. And believe it or not, the Draconians are more efficient about it than we are. They didn't just blow up wherever and destroy whole planets and species and strip mine every single thing they saw like we do. They did it more efficiently. They considered themselves as landlords. We now own you, pay us rent. Instead of,
Well, that's why I hate
we're
land.
going to destroy everything you know and leave you with nothing. And maybe we'll also take you as a resource too. That's the way we operate. That's the way the ICC operates out there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that there's so much fuckery going on out there.
Yeah.
That's why it's kept secret. No one wants to accept this stuff's happening.
And there's another factor into why it's kept secret. They don't want to be taken responsible for their actions against morality.
Yeah, the things that they've done to us are pretty bad.
Yeah.
I didn't sign up for this shit, did you?
Nope.
Man. It's a
I have often asked myself, what would my life be like? What would my thoughts be like? What would my desires and aspirations be like if none of that had ever happened to me? If none of that was ever in my subconscious?
Yeah, I understand what you mean because it eats away at you.
So back to the Draconians, you asked, what the empire is all about. So they, the first race they sought out and found and conquered is the race they refer to as the Draconian warrior race. I don't know their actual name, but they are the warrior caste. They are the generals and soldiers that are sent out for battle. And they evolved from a turtle-like species. And they're also, hybridized by the Siakar through, the panspermia thing. It's hard to find a reptilian race that was not hybridized by either originally the Siakar or secondary hybridized by a race that was hybridized by the Siakar. In this galaxy, or I should say this local cluster of galaxies, you'd be extremely lucky. You should go out and immediately get a Powerball ticket if you can find a race that was originally evolved naturally.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to find.
They're hard to find these days.
But the
They
Siakar
do
was one of them.
exist.
The Siakar is one of them, though.
The Siakar is one of them.
The Shahami are not.
The Jahami evolved from the Lyrans. The Lyrans hybridized out into space also, just like the Siakar.
And the Lyrans
The
look like cat
Lyrans,
people, didn't
they're not an originally evolved species. They are also hybridized by someone else, which I am not aware of who.
they? The Lyrans
The
are
Lyrans.
hybridized.
The Lyrans are hybridized too. The Lyrans went to war with the Draconian Empire. The Draconian Empire tried to take them over too. Back in the day, several billion years ago, this was while the Draconian Empire was at its peak of conquesting out into space. These days, the empire is very stable. They don't conquest at all. In fact, there is no species that currently is undergoing conquest. There are wars that are based on, different factors of dislike, but there's no actual conquest going on in our galaxy currently. It's been millions and millions of years since the last one that I know of.
Are you aware of how many colonies are in the solar system?
In our solar
It's the
system,
solar system.
of just humans or of all different races?
Let's start with humans and then let's move on to all the different races.
Humans alone, there are probably several hundred colonies, probably close to 1,000 colonies. But we're also considering military outposts and research facilities and mining organizations as also colonies. Anywhere where you have humans living for longer than a few years, even if they're sent back to Earth, age regressed and time traveled back to the moment they were a kid and mind wiped when they were first taken, they everything under those circumstances could be considered a colony. And there are several hundred just in our solar system alone. But they're not as big as the German colonies that have reached out throughout this belt, where they've taken over whole planets and grown entire civilizations.
So when you talk about these colonies, how many of them are on Mars, and then where are all the other ones?
I don't have exact numbers. Don't remember enough for that, and I probably wasn't privy to those numbers to begin with. But the majority of all colonies, regardless of species, is going to be around the green rings of Mars. Most people are not aware of the green rings. There is actual vegetation, plant life, trees on Mars. And it's not as much as it is here on Earth, but there's perfect zones close to the two ice caps, both north and south, and it's just a ring in the northern hemisphere and in the southern hemisphere, where all the different species reside around that vegetation. Around the equator is where the heaviest storms, the electrostatic thunderstorms just constantly rage around the equator. And that's actually a byproduct from the original explosion that blew away the atmosphere of Mars. And today, Mars's atmosphere is at the point where it is actually breathable by humans. If you're used to breathing at 22,000 feet above sea level on Earth, that's about the atmospheric breathability of Mars. It's enough to stand there, maybe lightly walk for a few minutes, but if you're going to do anything strenuous, you need a face mask with a source of oxygen.
And most of the bases that the colonies that we have are underground, or as far as I
If I'm
understand.
not mistaken, almost all of them are underground.
I know that there's entrances that can be seen maybe from the
Oh, yeah.
top, but I'm not sure.
Most entrances are shielded by an electromagnetic force field technology these days. And then, also guarded. Mars is more hostile than Earth.
Yeah,
If you
it
were left
definitely
out, if you found yourself out by yourself, I'm certain you wouldn't survive the day. That's how hostile Mars is. And I'm not referring to the weather.
like
I'm referring to the native life.
yeah, like the
There
spider
are
people.
spiders as much as 10 to 12 feet in length, just their body alone. They'll grow that big. Spiders,
I've seen
motherfucking
them.
spiders.
I trust me, I know.
There are birds that burrow under, everything burrows under the ground. Everything has evolved since the destruction of Mars by, I think it was the Jahami, has evolved and adapted to burrow under the ground, even the birds.
That's wild.
Yeah.
What was Mars like before they blew out the atmosphere?
Very close to Earth. It was an Earth-like, smaller, less gravity, larger things, larger trees and animals. At least that's what the historical records we found says. Mars, Ceres, and our own moon, all three of them used to be the moons, satellites of another planet that is currently the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter.
What planet was that?
We don't know. I don't have a name. They might have been given a name, but I don't remember it. I know the Jahami used to live there. I don't know if that was their home planet, but I know that they did exist there. There were very large dinosaurs there, just like on Earth. And I highly suspect that the asteroids that destroyed Earth back a long time ago were in fact parts of that planet blasting away. The one whole half of our moon is completely riddled with craters. It's just, there's nowhere there where there is not craters inside of craters, inside of craters, inside of craters on the far side of the moon. Then you've also got Mars, where Mars shows signs of a artificially produced radiation that is only produced under a specific kind of nuclear warhead that does not occur naturally. And there's so much of it that it was clear that one blast of this is what blew away the Mars atmosphere. And it seems to have been an airburst just above the planet's surface, and they know exactly the point where it occurred because there is a clear forensic signs of a blast having occurred in a specific point on Mars above the surface, above the ground, having literally blown everything, all plant life, all building structure. If any artificial structures would have ceased to exist, a shock wave that rang around the entire planet, pushed everything to the exact opposite point of the planet from where that initial blast zone was. And then the shock wave continued. I'm talking about an air shock wave, like from a nuclear blast, that air shock wave that comes out. This shock wave was so powerful, it rang around the planet several times. And there is a debris field of the civilization that existed all around Mars, all piled up in one pile at the exact opposite point on the other side of the planet from where this blast happened.
Wow, dude.
And then you have Ceres, which has a giant crater that makes it look like the Death Star.
Huh, I've never looked at that before.
Yeah. Most people aren't aware that there is a planetoid which is smaller, larger than our moon, but smaller than Mars, in between the asteroid belt, just outside, you know, how the asteroid belt is in between Mars and Jupiter. Well, Ceres is in between the asteroid belt and Jupiter.
And there's a colony there as well, right?
Yeah. And the factors involving our own moon indicate that there is an artificial gravity field generator at its core.
That our moon's core?
That is holding it there. Our planet is not large enough to capture a body of that size. The moon should never have been captured by Earth. Earth gravity does not have the strength to capture it at all, no matter how close it would have been.
That's interesting.
No matter how, especially at its current rate of speed, it should be moving away a lot faster than it is. And there is no way that we know of in existence of a body maintaining its rate of spin at the exact same rate of its orbit around its stellar body, like the moon does around the Earth. How the same face shows at all times. It's not because it's not spinning, it's because its spin is in precise sync with its orbit around the Earth. And that doesn't exist in nature.
Yeah, that is a bit bizarre. I know a little bit about the moon. From what I understand, it's like sort of Ellis Island of Earth, where if you're leaving, you have to check in there, and if you're coming in, you got to check in there. And
another thing I discovered about Mars, and this was actually a NASA scientist who lost his job by publicizing this on the news years ago, and then it suddenly disappeared. You might still be able to find it on YouTube somewhere. But he talked about how this radiation, they were able to pinpoint the radiation on Mars that was produced by this massive blast. They were able to pinpoint the exact moment within a year of when it occurred, and it was 500,000 years ago.
Interesting. So that means that this crazy event that occurred was 500,000 years ago.
I suspect the theories that the dinosaurs died out 64 or 65 million years ago is actually incorrect. Lab experiments have occurred where vegetation and living or animals that have died, so now they're carcasses, recently died carcasses were turned into natural gas and crude oil within 2 weeks' time under the amount of pressures and temperatures that exist under the earth where we're drilling them out of. It only takes a few weeks for that to occur.
So
So the fact that it took millions of years for vegetation and life to become the natural gas and the crude oil that runs our society is false. A few weeks. You can literally I could take your body after you die and turn it into 100% pure crude oil and natural gas, and it will, the next stage is hard coal. Natural gas, crude oil, and coal within 2 to 3 weeks under the right temperature and pressure.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know that much about that kind of stuff, so I can't really comment or anything on it.
I randomly study all kinds of different things. I have forgotten even more than I remember now.
Is there anything you want to cover before we get going here? We got about 10 to 20 minutes left.
I'm just going with the flow, whatever you want.
I guess I'm just very interested in the history of the royal bloodlines, the Knights of Templar, the Jesuits, all these things. It's all connected.
Well, there are a lot of people out there that know a lot more than I do.
Yeah, for sure.
Penny being one of them.
Yeah, I just I guess yeah, like I don't really have that much more to ask. I feel like we covered a lot, but that's what I want to.
I can only talk about what I remember.
Yeah, right. But one thing I want to learn a bit more about is, for me, our history has been stolen from us, and I can't help but realize that colonization, colonialism, you know, the Roman Empire, the Crusades, it all has a lot to do with it, and I want to dive into that a lot more.
I know all the Crusades were an attempt to literally kill off the bloodline of Joshua, who we call Jesus.
Really?
It was the Roman Empire's attempt. It was basically the bloodline's attempt to kill him off. Now you got to ask the question, why? Why was the bloodline? Now, the bloodline at the time was under complete rule and control of Marduk. So, and I believe that it was actually Marduk. The whole story about how Jesus went out into the desert for 40 days and then Marduk or Satan came to him and, offered him the whole planet if he would bow down to him. I think that was Marduk, because everything lines up logically with that having been Marduk.
Elaborate on that. Why?
Because Marduk being the ruler of the planet. There's a passage where people asked Jesus, what is Satan? And Jesus straight up said, and forgetting all the modern day translations, the original Jewish, he called Satan, not Satan, but Lucifer, because the word Satan is actually Jewish for adversary. So if you and I were at odds, even if we were on different teams battling out in like soccer or football, to me, you're Satan. You're the adversary.
Okay.
So it's not always a bad thing. It could be just adversaries,
So Lucifer would be a more correct name.
Well, there are different names and different people involved, and the modern day Catholic origin religion lobbed them all into as one person. So now it's like you got to figure out who was who. And they asked who, I forget the name they said, but I think it was something akin to Lucifer. But they referred to him, he referred to him as the God of this world, not the king of this world, not the ruler of the underworld, not the slave of God. He said he's the God of this world, not the all-time creator of all that is, not the evil demon that haunts your dreams at night. He said he is the God of this world and makes the decisions for this planet, basically.
So yeah, that would be Marduk.
So Marduk.
Interesting. He seems to really be coming up a lot in this, and it's not something that I expected off the bat. Like with Penny and you. Like when I asked her who on the planet, I mean, I should have seen it coming. Like I shouldn't have been so surprised, but I was really surprised when she said Marduk. I thought that was crazy, and I believe
Well,
it.
anytime you do a historical study on the bloodline families, on Homo capensis, you come up against the stories of Marduk. Marduk wasn't the first Homo capensis, but he was considered the son of Enki. And considered Enki's heir, blood heir. So if Enki's the Jahami who is in control of paying the rent to the Draconians on Earth, then as far as we're concerned, he is the ultimate owner of Earth's lease from the Draconian Empire. And the one who's actually orchestrating and organizing and managing all of that is Marduk.
Well, I think we covered quite a bit with this interview. I feel like we could probably wrap it up here. I don't know what else more we can say. It's interesting you talking about the history of the Bible and how it connects with the sky god religions and
It gets even deeper.
I'll have to interview you about that next time. I think we might have to focus on that topic entirely.
Yeah, maybe so. We'll turn some heads and piss off some people.
I mean, hey man, it is what it is. I already am beginning to understand that like the archangels from the Bible are just the Shahami and stuff like that. And it's something that I definitely want to delve into. That's what this is all about, really.
Yeah.
Is touching on that subject. So I'll have you on again, definitely. I'm definitely gonna try to get some other people on here first before I do that, of course. But I'll talk to you again soon, and thanks for coming on the show. And also, thanks to everybody for watching. I'm gonna stop recording this now, but I'll stay on and chat with you for a second.
Well, that was an interesting interview with Matt. We had some weird technical difficulties. I turned on the volume for a second, and then I guess the CIA watching me took that opportunity to mess with me. But we're all good. Thank you for staying with despite all the technical difficulties. So, like I said, that was Matt Tracy. We don't talk anymore, but he's still out there. This community, a lot of us butt heads. We don't agree on everything. It is what it is. But he's a great guy, and it was the second interview, and it was a great interview, and I was honored to have him on here for it. Even though we might not get along anymore, I still appreciate that interview and everything that he had to share. And for the next interview, we got Joseph Powell. But, man, did you guys see the bombshell news that just happened? Check it out. So Elon Musk just tweeted this. Time to drop the really big bomb. Excuse me, guys. Real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, Donald J. Trump. So this is great to see. Why did it take him so long to say that? Did he just say it because he got mad at him? That's kind of weird. I've seen him at the Mothers of Darkness Castle, so I don't know. Anyway, we got one more. And this is Joseph Powell, who has disappeared off the face of the earth. Nobody knows where this guy is anymore. And that's okay. He has a family, he has a life. And my guess is that he didn't want to do this anymore just because he doesn't want to draw attention to himself and his life. I actually don't know if he's still with his wife, actually. For all I know, they're not together anymore. But if he does see this, still love you and honor you, and hope you're okay, Joseph. And I'm still here, man. But yeah, he's disappeared off the face of the earth, so no one knows where he is. But he's done some great interviews on Super Soldier Talk, on Knocked and Pilot, on my show, and yeah, it's incredible. His testimony is just incredible. He was the commander of Project Phoenix 2 after we got rid of the Jack Pruitt and all those guys. Briefly, it didn't last forever. It's a long story. But without further ado, this is the third interview of the channel, SSP True Origins Part 3, Factions. So all the different factions with Joseph Powell.
This is Arkheim Ra, and this is Fractal Weapons. I'm talking with Joseph Powell today, and today's subject is the different factions and groups within the secret space programs, their agendas, who gets along, who doesn't. So welcome, Joseph. Why don't you give a brief introduction of who you are?
Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Joseph Powell. I've been in multiple programs, both here on Earth and in space. I've done quite a few interviews you can find online. Mainly, I talk about the abductions that happened to me as a child and also as an adult. And all in all, I basically have come forward to try to make people aware, activate people that I remember, or that remember me, and just get everybody ready for what's coming.
What's coming?
Some crazy shit. I'll just put it that way.
You want to just leave it at that for now?
Yeah. We'll just leave it at that for now. Basically, I know that you wanted to talk about like what groups and factions that I know of.
Yeah,
probably
so
just talk about the ones that I
let me
specifically
start with
remember.
question number one here. Sorry not to interrupt you, but question number one is something that I've been confused about is what group takes SSP victims first? Is there a specific group that usually takes us first? Is it random? Is there a group that takes our DNA and sells it to different groups? Because it seems to me like there's the Antarctica facility that you recall being in, where they did twinning with you and experiments. And I might have been there myself, but I don't have the recall of specifics enough to be able to tell you where I was when that kind of stuff happened to me. But yeah, I was just kind of wondering, like, what's square one for most people in these programs?
So, because there's a lot of time stuff, square one's not too easily put together, but I would probably say from what I remember, okay, is when I was around 8 years old, and normally it happens when you're around 7 or 8. I remember this, like, basically what would be perceived as the CIA or naval intelligence, one of those two, is what got a hold of me. And they did it through the school system, through testing is what they called it, aptitude testing. for me. And I was in a private school. Basically, they took me into a room. This was after my teacher had already set me down and started talking and asking questions. I don't know if you want me to go into all that or not, but this
Go
group,
into a little bit.
okay. Basically, I had been in the 3rd grade, and I'd been going to this school since I was like little, up until the 3rd grade, and I had the same teacher, and her name was Lisa Oster. She's dead now, but she had called me over to the desk, and had asked me to sit down, and had started asking me, like what I thought about the military, and I was raised to love the military, you know what I mean? Because I had a lot of family members that served. So I sat there and I was telling her that I love the military, and she asked if I knew anything about the Navy. And as I was sitting there talking, and I had said that I love the military, there was another kid that walked over and sat down, and she was very upset because he was basically intervening in the conversation, you know.
I'm not talking to you specifically.
Yeah, like I think she was trying to do one-on-ones, kind of like a introduction, like one-on-one introductions, because it'd be like if you were getting an interview for like some kind of intelligence agency, and some random dude off the street walked over and sat down next to you. Like that was the feeling,
Yeah.
It's like some random guy off the street just
And
walks
then
in
you're
and
like
sits down in the
7 or
interview.
8 years old, so it's kind of like you don't even realize what's going on. You just think you're getting asked some really unique and strange questions.
Yeah, so like she basically, not to put any less stamping on it, like, or less feelings on it, but she basically started asking me questions like, what I thought about the Navy. And I was like, I didn't know who the hell the Navy was at that time. And I was just like, oh, I don't know, who are they? And she started explaining kind of what the Navy was. I was like, oh, that's cool, and then she asked if I knew anything about the CIA, and it told me about her dad. Like first it was like, oh, she's like, my brother is in the Navy. And then, we went off of that to trailing into my father is in the CIA. And I was like, what does the CIA do? Like everything she brought up, I would be like, what do they do? Who are they? And, she started telling me that the CIA is basically morally ambiguous, and, they do stuff that isn't looked at very well, more frowned upon, in shorter form. And I was like, oh, well, what do they do? And then she said that was classified. She's like, that's classified, I can't tell you, and I was like, oh, well, cool. And after that, like, we had finished up our conversation with her telling me that, asking if I wanted to meet her brother, and I was like, yeah, sure, sounds like fun, because I was raised to respect and care about the military, even though, I didn't really know much about them. So like when she said I could meet her brother who was in the military, who was in the Navy, I was like, yeah, that sounds like an awesome idea,
It all sounds very familiar.
Yeah. And then from that point, like a week or two after that, they literally took one of the rooms that they had set aside. It was like a small room, a very small room in the school. It was at the Seventh-day Adventist Academy, which still exists even now. They've expanded. Actually, they greatly financially expanded. Their building expanded big time in the transition of that year that I was there. So I don't, and it was like the group that was dealing with us at that time was a mixture between, I feel, CIA, naval intelligence, from what I can gather, and a reptilian group. And they were basically there to procure us, groom us, break us, rebuild us, and train us, and then sell us. That was who the group was. But they basically had the entire school on lockdown. They had the principal, and and the principal didn't even know they were even there. Like, they took over this area. They brought in computers at the time, which was like extremely rare to ever see a computer at the time. You know, this is when I was like 8. You know what I mean?
Right.
I was born in 1988. 8 years after that, you know, so it's like I think it was like 1990 something. You know,
Yeah.
having computers was a rarity. You had to have either a company or a pretty good chunk of money. Like your average Joe didn't have a computer in his house.
Right.
But yeah, they had a bunch of computers set up. They had, I think they had some headphones at first, you know, but you had which is weird because like I've had more memories come out, especially after you started talking about it with the questionnaires. You know, like they had a set of questions that they asked us, and after you answer those questions, you know, then you played this game, which was the old Atari pinball game, or I can't remember what the heck the name is off the top of my head. I always forget that, but they had us play this game, and then they just kept upping the difficulty until they weeded out a bunch of the kids. And then once they narrowed it down, then they started the process of playing with our eyes closed, you know, and that weeded out pretty much all the kids that weren't psychic. We had to play with our eyes closed, and once that got to a point, then again the process of them putting the goggles on us, the VR headsets that they had at the time, which were pretty sleek, not as sleek as the ones we have now, but damn were close back then, you know, which didn't even exist then at all.
Right.
And I remember like going to Six Flags, and like they had one of the VR, the big ones with the big blue headsets that you could, you know, use your play 3D and stuff. I remember going there later on and being like, oh wow, this is a lot bigger than I remember. You know, the guy arguing with the guy.
That started for you was through the public school system.
No. See, it was private. It was a private school that I went
Oh,
to.
geez.
But so it could be that's the thing. It could be public or private. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They'll get to you. You
That was
know.
just a slip on my part.
You know, but they had the teacher MK Ultra. They had, you know, they had my teacher MK Ultra. There was a guy who came in. I mean, he was the typical programmer that you would hear about, basically. You know, he had sandy blonde hair, white dress shirt, short sleeve, khaki pants, and black dress shoes. You know, carried a clipboard, wrote down notes on all of us. When they put on the headsets and we started going through that, they played a bunch of different things, you know. So like the first memories I had was it was being pushed off a cliff, pushed out of a plane, you know, hitting an ocean. And like if we would hit the ocean, he would walk around and take a spray bottle and spray us in the face to simulate that we were hitting it, to feel as if we were there. I remember like taking it off and like looking around the room, and you know, there was like 7 other kids that were there, including me was 8 in total, and they all were like just zombied out. You know, the closest thing I've been able to explain it to would be everybody wearing VR goggles, who was sitting in that room with Mark Zuckerberg when he was first coming out with his Facebook stuff, with the VR stuff, and you're just sitting there like zombies, you know. But they were just zombied out, and eventually, like you would have in the middle of that, you would have a woman being fucked, and it would flash. It wasn't like continuous; it would just flash random, and you would hear the sound and everything. And you know, then she climaxed, and then the person that was fucking her pulled out a knife and killed her. And I remember my head hurting when that happened. And I remember taking off the goggles, or taking off the VR headset basically, and like looking around, and like she was, and what was weird is it was the teacher and this random guy that was on the flashing of the video. You know, so it was like some weird distortion for me, you know, because it was like I just watched my teacher have sex and then get killed, and then took off the headset. She's standing right there. in the doorway talking to our programmer, you know. After that had happened, like they started splitting our minds doing that. And then from that point, they there was other videos too, like combat videos, like in real time, like Desert Storm videos with people getting shot and different tactics being done, you know, and like literally watching it happen. And it was basically feeding into our subconscious mind. And then they started taking us, once they fractured us through using VR tech and other means, because I remember them picking me up and taking me to a base, and like basically that's where they would rape us and torture us until we fractured. I don't remember the full process of it. I just have flashes. I remember seeing my teacher there in the underground base, and I remember seeing my teacher around town randomly. She would just show up randomly, you know. So I believe that she was my handler at the time. But after they fractured us, then they started the process of, for me, writing down what the programmer was like. Oh, write down 10 cool names that you like, you know. So I wrote down 10 cool names. What I have learned now is it was more than 10 cool names. You know, it was like every day you had to keep writing names down, and it was because if you wrote the names down, you were more attached to them, so they could attach your fractured alters to a name with a bunch of numbers in front of it. And then that's how they would use, that's your activation codes, you know. And there's different kinds too, you know.
Yeah, like
But
activation codes that have to do with movies and stuff.
yeah. And I remember watching a lot of movies, as a matter of fact. So I don't know if that was part of it too. But beyond that, that was the group that got a hold of me first, and they fractured us, and then they took us to this abandoned school or abandoned mall. And that was Randall Park Mall. The internal guts of the mall was shut down, but there was like maybe 5 businesses that were still open externally. So like you can go in from the outside into those businesses, but you couldn't go into the guts of the mall. And they would take all of us kids, like they would load us up in a white van, and the people that were taking me and the other 7 kids, they were Navy. And basically they would train us there, that we would do battle royales, and you know, we'd suit up and like we do PT training every day that we were at school. And even after we left that school, like they literally
I have a
they offered
question.
my,
Did
I'll
you
put it this
also
way.
attend school as well? And did they did that with time travel, or how was that all working?
I believe it was done with time travel. Yeah, like that time they were doing time travel. So it was like they had, like you would drive in the white van, they were able to open a portal, take you through the portal. So like they would park the van on the way to LAX. There was a, like, I started realizing what was going on. So they black bagged me. But for me, they would take me on the way to LAX, get off right before the airport. And there would be this area that they would take us to in this parking garage, and then they would get us out, have us basically strip down, change into uniforms, and then walk us through a portal, from what I remember. And then from there, we would end up in Randall Park Mall, which was way the fuck away from where I lived, you know? So I think that they opened a portal that went back in time to bring us to a certain point while we were there. And then they would take us there and they would do our PT, they would do our training. That's where they started like who was going to be in the assassin program. And they had I remember the Joint Chiefs of Staff in 2002, from 2002 to like 2001 to 2002, the ones that were Joint Chiefs of Staff then showed up there. They have alters too, some of them, not all of them. And they basically reviewed where the money was going and if it was working. So it was a multi-layered military operation, and also separately they had people that were wearing business suits and stuff that were separate from our military, that were probably the corporations, like ICC and stuff like that. but they would be sitting normally on like in between the top floor and the bottom floor. There was a middle area where they would sit and they would watch us and see what we would do. And then they would decide from that point, you know, which group you would go to. But they would train, they would take once they figured out what you were being put in, they would train those altars. And it's been talked about where like they'll fracture off altars that they already trained so they don't have to retrain another altar. They can just use you fractured from that already trained altar and train you specifically for something else, you know, expand your training for a different job. So I remember like being in assassin programming, like assassin training to work for the CIA, naval intelligence, all sorts of different groups at that point. But they would sell you from that point to them.
So,
So it was
what
like
what groups are the United States that are involved?
from
that
what
are
I've
US
from what I've gathered from my own personal thing, there's quite a few groups, but from what I gathered from my own personal memories, you had Montauk, which originally was it was ran by the Army, like Army intelligence, from what I remember. But they also still got different branches to like get clothing and all sorts of other stuff. But it was basically being financed by military intelligence and, you know, other money, any excess money that we needed, we stole, right? But that's Montauk was ran by Army intelligence, but the base that we had, I believe, was on an Air Force base, if I'm not mistaken. Originally was a military base or an Army base, but transitioned into an Air Force base. I'd have to look more into that, but that's what I recall. But I know that it was Army intelligence, and that was under Stubblebine, and our director was John Alexander. They called him Jack Pruitt when we were there. And the person that Stubblebine was under, who oversaw the money, was a person that was above him. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. I posted all that stuff on the Fractal Weapons page for Facebook, but you can go and look at that, you know, anybody that wants to see that or whatever.
And for our viewers or listeners, Stubblebean is the man who is responsible for completely restructuring the command structure of the United States military. That is a fact.
For psychic warfare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all out in the open. It's public information.
Yeah, they wrote books on that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and these are the guys that look at us as pieces of property.
Yep. So that was one of the groups. The other group I remember came from Project Ibis, and I believe that group spun off of Montauk because of the time wars that we were in with Nazi Germany, and that group came back in time from when we were children, like babies, and took us. And that group is a Nazi group, like a legitimate Nazi group. And they basically took us from babies and trained us until we were, oh man, like, I think I had to have been like 7-ish or 8-ish before that base was hit by an American faction, American military, like Delta Force status. And it was being overseen by an actual Nazi who had a black Nazi uniform as well. So it was like two different Nazi factions, you know, which was weird. But that group transitioned into a, how would you put it? An Earth-based defense group, which took out aliens that were here that shouldn't have been.
Ibis did, or one, or that gotten taken over after.
Like, yeah, like basically transition from Project Ibis, which is what it's known as, or Project Mannequin slash, you know, it was like Project Mannequin and then transition for Project Ibis, but it like basically got taken over by a military group that was being overseen by a Nazi dude. And we were on another American military base at that point, like we were there, we went to a place in Canada, got transferred from that location to a military base, and those individual altars that they kept lived on that military base. And there was quite a few of us permanently. We could watch shows and news and all that from a TV. We could see what's going on the outside. We weren't allowed to leave unless we went on missions or you were a certain individual, you know. And I remember that, and like we used to hunt down alien groups, but Project Ibis in particular was brainwashing for the 1,000-year Reich they wanted to bring about, because they wanted to counter what happened with Montauk.
Because Montauk changed the timeline from the Nazi timeline to this timeline that we're currently inhabiting.
That's pretty much it, yeah. So that group, that's why I said with the time stuff, like stuff got changed quite a bit, you know. But that was one of the groups. There's a CIA, like legit CIA, where we've been taken into these programs. And the way that you would know if you were in that group, it was assassin programming. They would drag you, they would take you to the site. You would go into this room, you would sit down at the table, another individual who was CIA would come in. There would be a military guy that was behind the one-way mirror, that you would be behind you, watching you, along with scientists and doctors. And they would drag a dude in with a black bag over their head, drag him over to the corner. So like your door would be on your left-hand side. The one-way mirror would be behind you. The guy would come and sit in front of you. He would be sitting at a table. There would be 2 chairs. And then behind him, catty corner on your right-hand side, they would drag this guy in and put him in the corner. They would place a pistol in front of you and tell you, pick up the gun and execute him. You know, and I remember like not going on doing it right away. I remember, I think I got shot a few times, you know, until you basically just picked up the pistol. I remember asking like, what do you do? And it's like, it doesn't matter. He's a terrorist. Execute him. You know, and eventually I just picked up a pistol and shot him point blank. But I remember like, because I failed, they had brought me back there, and there was another kid they had already wound up. And he basically, this kid, and he wasn't the only kid that this happened to, but this kid specifically, he had shoulder length blonde hair, piercing blue eyes. It was like kind of dirty blonde, piercing blue eyes. He was like just MK Ultra'd out basically at that point, just mind controlled out. And he had executed the dude in the corner, shot the guy that was sitting in front of him, and proceeded to get through the door. He opened the door, and I was in the hallway because I showed up early. The guy that brought me too early. So I was waiting in the hallway because I remember the guy having an argument with the scientist that was there. They were going back and forth, and then he was like, just wait here. And like, dude left. I stood in the hallway where I was told. This kid came out with a pistol, and I mean, he came out well, like trained. He was trained. He walked through the door, looked, pointed the pistol at me, and I was like, whoa. I was like, hey man, whoa, calm down, you know? And he was like, he looked at me and he said, friend or foe? And I said, he said, friend or foe? And I was like, friend, I'll be your friend. And he was like, oh, and I just sensed him, you know, I sensed who he was just as a person, because it was me too. It was like me looking at myself, but it was a total different person.
Yeah.
You know, and same training. That was the point. I felt it. He felt our connection through our struggle, and he lowered the pistol. And I was like, I'll be your friend, you know? I really meant it too, because like I understood what he was going through. And all of a sudden that scientist came through the door and walked out and was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And he lifted up the pistol. He's like, and he was like, calm down, put the gun down, put the gun down. You see, your mission was successful. Put the gun down, you know? And he barely put it down, but I just remember like from that point, I went in the room after that. We got taken separately. We got separated, and then I went back later, and then I had to do my I had to do my part of the same process. Except for I shot the guy instead of shooting everybody else, you know. But that was part of the beginning for the assassin programming, and I believe that altar that did that, they fractured that altar. So that was CIA assassin programming training, and they fractured that altar, and some of the altars that they fractured went to different programs. So there's a program for the Navy, which has been called the Black Navy. And it was, hold on one second. That program was called Black Manta. And those altars that serve in Black Manta are ruthless. They are highly trained, broken down like old school. I would say old school forms of MK Ultra. But I remember being a kid. I remember going to Diego Garcia. We were trained in Diego Garcia. We were taken through portals with the person who trained us. Like my first introduction to the person who was my trainer at Diego Garcia, which he's public. His name's Mark Damasio. He was taken by the Navy. He remembers quite a bit. He remembered me. I remembered him. Other people in the community remembered him that I know that were in my unit. And we went through a portal into another planet because he had came from that planet. We had a blood transfusion before we did that. Like he was missing his fucking arm. It was wild. And we were sent basically to kill whatever the fuck took his arm. You know, to take out whatever took his arm out and set up a perimeter so that they could go through and find out what the fuck was going on that planet. What they were looking for, I don't know.
What was that?
That was Black Manta. But that also transitioned for Black Manta. They have an underground water base where they, right now, currently, I mean, we did a bunch of different stuff. We kidnapped people for training and doing the same shit we were doing. We assassination, torture, you name it, basically.
Are any of the groups that are United States based infighting?
Of course.
Of course. Okay.
Yeah. Well, everybody's fighting for the resources and to further their agendas, you know, each compartmentalized group, basically. But yeah, currently Black Manta, my altar there is Jonah. He is in an underground water base where you have what has been described as the naughty Nordics, you know, the naughty Germans, where they're basically shooting some kind of torpedoes underwater that blow up and open portals into other worlds, other water worlds, grabbing sea creatures from other worlds, pulling them through, taking them, taking their DNA, mixing their DNA with the human DNA to create some kind of aquatic super soldier. So it's pretty intense. But yeah.
So those are just the United States groups that you know of.
What was that?
That's just the United States, and that was like what, 4 or 5 different groups?
Yeah, I mean that was I think it was like an American Canadian operation that took over Project Ibis's kids. And you know, I mean the point of Project Ibis is that they took individuals that had angel, seraphim, or archangel souls that were here, and like we weren't considered humans to that group, the original group that was training us. We were weapons. It didn't matter what skin color we had, because we were to be basically the leading generals of their armies, you know. And they brainwash us with all sorts of fucking shit. Like it's a pretty intense group, but that's what's weird is it wasn't about your skin color. It was about the mission overall, and it didn't matter. as long as you had certain souls. You weren't even perceived as human to them. You were just a weapon to be used to further their agenda. But that was that group. Beyond that, though, there's other groups that were American. You have Solar Warden, which was part of the Navy, and that one works on Earth and in space. They do time travel for their naval stuff, you know, to make sure that they keep power. They trained us at Fort Worden. They would take us back in time, you know, so that we could train with soldiers there at Fort Worden. They had us go into other timelines so we could steal the other timelines military groups' resources before their timeline collapsed. We would help them with you know, intel until their time, knowing that their timeline was going to collapse, steal their shit and leave them behind. Then we went into space as well, you know, so we got taken into space, and basically we patrol the solar system. Like Solar Warden went in basically, and they're still fighting Nachtwaffen, which is a separate group, which is a German breakaway from World War II, who won the war. And, you know, basically the common population doesn't understand that yet, but they're going to start learning eventually. But basically they went into space to fight the Nazis. And that's what they trained us in Solar Warden to remember and know. We went to school for our specific set of knowledge we needed, like to colleges and stuff. They had reunions too, where like as kids we would be taken to a reunion randomly, like a bar where there would be a party of kids that were in that unit that we were in. I haven't really talked about that much. But yeah, we got on a big ass ship, went into space. We lived on that ship for 20 years. I've done on top of doing other stuff, you know, being in a transport ship. We sold, because we were trying to get intelligence. We would clone people on the planet, leave the baby souls that were in the original clone body, not take the actual people, and then sell. We brought them along to sell them to the Germans, so that we could gain intel on what they had. I remember doing missions like that. I remember, like, it was a reconnaissance mission basically under the cover of selling slaves, but they didn't know that they were just cloned baby souls, you know, because it's like you have a grown adult and a baby soul in a grown adult body. They can't even walk or talk, you know. So that was pretty much Solar Warden in a nutshell. They're basically taking the war, continuing the war.
So it's still in a way ongoing.
Oh yeah, it's still ongoing. Still ongoing. It hasn't ended. It's just the Germans are in control. You know, they
They're the
are.
ones who have the most power.
Yes, because they joined up with the Draconian Empire. And you know, when you join up with the biggest bully on the yard, and they punch you in the face and nobody around you moves, and you join up with that bully and you decide to start kicking people for that bully, and people still aren't moving, I mean, of course you're going to have the biggest power, you know. That's basically the sum of it. And there's other empires too. It's not just the Draconian Empire. You got a Mantid Empire, and there's like 2 other groups. They're some really ugly fuckers, but one's weaker than the other 3, and then you have the second weakest, and then you have the Mantid Empire, and then you have the Draconian Empire. Mantid and Draconian empires are probably the strongest. The Mantid one is more of a threat, I would say. But we happen to be within the jurisdiction of the Draconian Empire.
Tell me a little bit about the Mantid Empire. I've never heard about it.
Well, that's a separate situation. The Mantid Empire is basically insectoids. There's different kinds. Pretty much most of your insects on the planet are sentient, capable, intelligent beings that are 6 foot, 7 foot, 14 foot tall. You know, they are highly telepathic, extremely telepathic. Probably the most empathic beings I've come across, even more than than the Draco. I'm kind of on
Telepathic
par,
or empathic?
both,
Okay.
but they tend to have hive minds. So they work in a hive mind state.
Yep.
Um, they, I don't know, man. Like I've had interactions with them. I don't really care for them, just as an individual. But they've been it's like they have their individual groups that work along with our military or with the Germans.
From what I remember about them, they don't have names and they just let us call them whatever they want, give them designations because they're hive mind.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds pretty damn familiar. Yeah.
Like I remember there's a mantid that I knew and I called him Steve. And when I got that memory back, I was like, why? And I got the memory back of they don't have names. They have no
Yeah.
need for them. So you
Like,
just
hey,
call them something, you call them whatever. And of course, you're not going to call them like Andromeda or call them a weird alien name. That'd be disrespectful. You just give them a normal ass name. And
Yeah.
that's just, it was a funny thing that I remembered. But anyway,
like
that's literally the only memory I have of any mantids. It's just that memory, which is fragmented still. I'll get more of it back as time passes, I'm sure.
Yeah, I guess it just depends on if you're at war with them or not, which we have been. But yeah, they definitely have a hive mind, and normally it's under a queen, I believe, if I'm correct, if I remember correctly. But it's like they try to have some form of individuality, but they really don't, It's like a perceived form so that you feel normal around them. But
Yeah.
they kind of grow a personality around the name that you give them, in a way. But yeah.
Yeah. I think everybody kind of does.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's one of the empires, and they're not stupid, and they definitely would like to take more power and be bigger than they are, just like any empire. I would say, like, if you really wanted to look at like how this shit works, there's a video game you could play which is called Stellaris, and it's all about getting off a planet, building an empire, and taking over other planets, and manipulating them, having vassals and all sorts of shit. Like that basically sums it up, in a nutshell, for people that really want to understand why. It's all about power, basically. But beyond that, we have our masters here on this planet that own the planet, which are the Jahami. They're called Jahami. And I got that name from Penny, but it fits, and it sounds extremely familiar, and I know that they exist, and they're basically the ones that we believe are gods. They also go as under the guise of being called the Anunnaki. A lot of us have lived lives as Anunnaki, or Draco, or especially the ones that are like us, which were being called star seeds, some name that got attached to what we are. We're not original humans from this planet and original baby souls. We're much older, and that's why we have the ability to tap into the powers that we have.
Yeah.
So beyond that, because I know that's not what this conversation was about, but then you have the ICC. That's been talked about and discussed. It's basically multiple corporations that work together.
What does that stand for? ICC.
I think it's Interplanetary Corporate Conglomerate.
Okay, that sounds right.
Something along those lines. I think that's what it's been called.
Okay.
They're basically they'll do whatever the fuck it takes. They're basically like multiple corporations on the planet. They are corporations on the planet, as a matter of fact. So they will do whatever the fuck it takes to get as much wealth and as much resources and as much technology as possible. You know, and they are the ones who mainly put you in robot bodies at this point. You know, so you're a forever soldier until your fucking robot body breaks down. And, you know, and you can only hope and pray that they don't just stick your fucking soul into another robot body. Yeah. I don't know what you would pray to. I guess, you know, the all creator, the creator of everything. But he gives as much of a fuck about you as you give a fuck about an ant that you step on when you walk on a curb, you know?
Yeah. But that's a whole nother subject.
Yeah.
So we've covered quite a few groups so far.
There's Nachtwaffen, which a lot of people have heard about. That's the German breakaway that broke away from Hitler. They went to Antarctica. That's been documented by Operation High Jump, which they've tried to say is a lie and bullshit, but you know, you had your fucking, we went there with a fuck ton of ships and came back with nothing, basically. So, you know, put two and two together, you know what I mean? And the guy that openly talked about what happened there got pushed out of a window or jumped out of a window randomly, being totally a sane person and the head of, you know, one of the heads of our military, you know, came back talking about fucking ships that could fly from one end of the pole to the next in a matter of minutes. Started talking, I think he wrote a book about Inner Earth. And I can't remember his name off the top of my head right now. You know, there's so many freaking names.
Yeah.
Of these military people that I've remembered or I recognize. I don't think he's dead either. I think he actually runs one of the programs, as a matter of fact. I think his death was faked on purpose so that he could basically start running one of the black projects freely. I don't know if he did it willfully or not. Probably not. Our government and military tend not to give a fuck. You know, clearly.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he went, the Germans were there, the Draco were there. The Draco basically were like, they came out along with the Germans and beat the fuck out of our Navy. And they basically stayed in Antarctica because they specifically went for a mission to exterminate the Nazis in Antarctica. That was their mission statement. They failed. And you never heard another fucking word about it again. Penny's talked about it where they flew over the White House. That's been documented. Just to basically
over the White House.
Yeah, that was basically them laying their dicks on the American government. They plop their dick down on our face and they're like, "We own you." And they were like, "We don't want everybody to know about what's going on." So they're like, "Yes, okay, you know, here's a bunch of children, like you asked, you know." They asked basically for the equivalent of what you would perceive as taxes that the Draco asked for, except for they're not eating us, you know. We're just given to them to work for them for free. So they're not a good group either. None of these groups, by the way, that I'm mentioning are good. Not a single one. They all kidnap children. They all rape children. They all fracture children. They all use these same children in these programs. None of them are good. But yeah, so Nachtwaffen is the German space fleet. It's basically called Night Weapon. Some people know them as Dark Fleet, which is You know, if you're working for a specific group and you want to demonize another group, you come up with evil names, you know, so Dark Fleet, ooh, you know, they're not good. They are evil. They're all evil, but that's the point of calling them Dark Fleet, so that you see good versus evil. It's an easy paradigm for mind control. Nachtwaffen is basically the German space fleet, and they work
They're
for the
separate from
Draconian.
Are they separate from the Nazis though? That's one of the things that always confuses me. That's what Penny
I
said.
mean, my personal opinion from what I've seen with my own eyes, they keep slaves. It's mainly the German people that they try to breed and keep their people alive. If you're like us, technically you're a half breed to them. They,
But Ibis and Nachtwaffen are separate, is what it sounds like.
yes, Ibis and Nachtwaffen are definitely separate. Yes. They keep a lot of the same Germanic history and iconography, symbolisms. They,
For instance, the Nachtwaffen symbol is a eagle perched on a chain, which is around the earth. And for
the bird of war, yeah.
for Ibis or the Nazis, it's perched on a circle, which when the circle has a swastika.
Yeah,
So
pretty
very
much.
similar groups, but they're also at odds.
And it's not just Earth, they also have one for Mars. It's whatever planet they're overseeing
Yeah.
or working for specifically. Jurisdiction, I would say, would probably be a better word. Whatever jurisdiction they're working in. They're clustered not only in this solar system, but out of our solar system. Solar Warden has gone out of our solar system. Not very many people remember that yet. Some do, some just haven't come forward with it. You have a group known as Radiant Guardian, which protects our solar system and deals with incoming and outgoing traffic. So if you're coming into our solar system, unless you're like the Germans who just come through our sun, our sun portal, or if you're just some alien group that's like, fuck you, we're bigger than you, you're not going to stop us. You basically go through customs, which is what Radiant Guardian is. They're, I believe, an American group. Not 100% on that yet, but most of the people that serve there have served in these other programs too. Solar Warden goes through them. They have basically an understanding, like an agreement, like that's just part of, you know, you go into a certain area with your military, you have to check in, you know, but they're human based. That hasn't been talked about publicly much. I do have memories of that. Just bits and pieces from being in Solar Warden. Basically bullshitting as I'm, you know, we're going through and like showing our luggage and shit and what we're bringing in back into our solar system.
That's the first time I've ever heard of that group.
Yeah. I only heard about that because I was talking to somebody and like I recognized him and they activated my memories and I was like, where the fuck do I know you from? And he's like, he told me what he worked in and I was like, that makes sense, you know? And I just remember bullshitting with him where we're walking through customs basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there's that group. There's another group, you know, you have a group that's known as Shaw House, which is basically bloodline family, Draco, reptilian. They're contractors basically, but they have money. They're like, they would be like merchants, like they deal in resources. So they exchange resources for more resources. So like it's like they're bankers basically, but they're in space and you know they're a lot different than the other group that would be the Germans supposedly are trying to escape from. You know, when he talked about, which is the Illuminati or whatever the fuck the name is. But yeah, so you have Shaw House. There's a lot of people that are public that I haven't outright named that are part of Shaw House. You have altars that were there, and basically it's a bloodline. You make as much resources as you can for your branch of your bloodline. It's like a corporate kind of setting, you know, like you'll come in, you spend time with other branches of the same bloodline, and you go out and try to build wealth and expand your power. You normally get a black dragon when you're a baby. Some people get two. It just depends. And we're all basically bloodline related, and they're just ruthless. They are ruthless. They raise us ruthlessly. It's like a cycle. You get raised to be heartless, basically. I would say would be the best explanation for them. And they can run shit. They give resources to these groups like Nachtwaffen or Solar Warden, or you know, if they're looking for outside money, they can do that. Other groups, you know, they also took us, and they took those individuals, cloned them, and you know, they delve into the slave trade, but they trust their own people. They don't trust like an outside group to do their dirty work. So they'll clone you and have a different altar for that clone and have you sell slaves for technology. You know, and your vessel will be seen and understood as a slave vessel. They don't serve Nachtwaffen. They don't serve any group but themselves. But they will sell slaves for technology. And normally it was human slaves, from what I remember. There's the Merchant Marine Fleet, which when you hear that, you think American military, right? No, it's a Draco Gray alien group that basically sells slaves. They're slave mercenary. They're mercenaries that delve in the slave trade extremely, at an extreme level, and they sell slaves of all kinds for technology. Slavery is a big money maker, resource maker, technology gain, technology builder. Humans are everywhere. Like even if they wiped out Earth, they're still everywhere. You know, I remember serving as a captain of a ship for the Merchant Marine Fleet. The altar that served there, I'm still trying to put together what that altar's name was, but they basically sell human slaves. So they'll come here to Earth and they'll get human slaves, take them off the planet, and sell them to different alien groups, Zetas, you name it. Nothing's off limits. Or they'll just go to other planets and literally drop ship on planets and just enslave the entire planet and start selling them. You know, men, women, children, doesn't matter. No mercy.
Why the Merchant Marine Fleet?
Well, it's like I don't know specifically why, but I would equate it to they're merchants. They're sellers of slaves, man. And they're a fleet, you know. They have tons of ships, tons of fucking bodies, tons of people working for them, humans, other alien groups. But I would say the Merchant Marine Fleet would be, like I said, they're merchants and they're soldiers and they're a fleet. I mean, it's kind of that's how I would simplify it, but that's just what they call themselves. I
Okay.
remember them saying Merchant Marine Fleet to me, and I was like, "Oh, so you're like the Marine Corps?" They were like, I remember Gray and the Draco like looking at each other, going, kind of, but not, you know." And I'm like, "Oh, well, the altar that was
Same
talking to him at the time,
concept, but not the same.
yeah, yeah, you know, they were just like they kind of like. I remember like when I was conversating, because the only reason I got picked up by them is because of a situation that occurred, and it was kind of like a payback situation. And they made it seem like it was like, oh yeah, you want to work with us? It wasn't really a choice.
Basically, long story short, as long as people aren't aware of this technology, the time travel technology, the cloning, the age reversing, all this different stuff, all these different groups can just come in, trade people willy-nilly. And not only that, elite members of society who have the technology can do it in the highest echelons of, you know, the elite. But I'm just kind of just reiterating the fact here that if you listen to all these different groups and what their agendas are, they all have one common underlying thing protecting them, and that's the fact that this is secret.
Mhm.
And that's why we're public, is because we want people to understand that this is real. And nobody's actually really safe from these programs. Point blank, period.
Pretty much.
I mean, obviously
That's
they take people that are you know, psychic or old souls, star seeds, whatever you want to call them. But there are also people who are taken for other reasons and don't necessarily have to have these abilities. And I just want to reiterate that no one's safe, and slavery obviously is wrong. And it's a huge part of, unfortunately, the galaxy at large. And that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about slavery.
well, no, you have all these great groups that are in space that want to protect us, bro. Come on.
That's
Like the
what we're doing.
Federation of Planets of an aligned groups of pussies that are afraid of the Draco. They're like, no, slavery is illegal. And they're just like, oh yeah, what are you gonna do about it? We want to protect the people, you know, even though they're like, oh yeah, you've been sitting on our asses with our thumbs up our butt watching little children get raped and kidnapped this entire time, but now they want to help us, you know. uh, these groups that contact people on the planet and act like there's some great things, you know, like you got the Palladians, which are basically the Germans fucking with humans, trying to get them to be like, oh yes, please come and take us willfully, you know. Different groups, you know. It's always good when they get consent. There are laws, clearly there are laws that they technically can't breach, but you know, they do get in trouble eventually. But it's like you got to really do some hardcore shit, man. Blowing up planets is one of them, you know, ordering the destruction of planets, genociding masses. You know, they'll tap you out. And they'll be like, hey, buddy, you have two options. You know, change or die. That's change or completely die. That's it. Those are your options.
There was one more group that you've talked about in your interviews that I wanted to cover, and I'm drawing a blank on it.
The Ashtar Command.
The Ashtar Command, yes. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that, and give a little disclaimer as far as CIA, V2K, stuff like that.
Sure. Okay. So, I mean, there's a group known as the Ashtar Command. It's been talked about. This group normally goes around to planets that are dying, like the species are dying on these planets, and they'll deliver food, resources to them. They try to give it to good for the betterment of it, but like if bad groups within that species get a hold of it, it doesn't matter to them as long as the species survives. These are some of the things, the mission statements that they have. but you do have a CIA group that has taken a hold of that information and is using it to mind control people and create Jesus, Space Jesus, which doesn't exist in the Ashtar, the real Ashtar command. Commander Ashtar believes in, how would you put it? Their religious belief is meditation. Their chakra points. They really don't talk about a god at all. They don't hinder you if you serve with them. If you have a certain belief in some god or whatever the fuck, they're just like, okay. They will show up. They will use holographic technology to present themselves as your god if they are trying to be passive. And when they show up, if you're hostile, they have a pheromone that comes out of their smart suits that they wear that kind of dulls your senses and makes you all loopy, makes you think that they're good. Oh, you're space friends,
Yeah.
We don't want to throw a fucking spear through your chest. They're different. They did not take me by force. I remember them taking me through my consent. I did give them consent. They showed up after the Germans dropped me off. And actually, sorry, let me rephrase that. After Solar Warden dropped me off, they showed up. And they told me that they could help heal me. Because at first it was like I heard one of them spoke over the intercom, and he is a gray with 4 arms, like a tall gray with 4 arms. He's a carnivorous being. His name's been talked about. And publicly, he was one of the people that took over that transmission way back in England, which they try to say was debunked. But if your military wants you to be stupid and keep control of you, they're going to debunk anything.
Yeah.
They either threaten or pay off whoever they need to debunk what they need to debunk.
Never heard about that before. There was a broadcast in England.
Yeah, they took over this transmission in England, man, and just like started saying, "We are the Ashtar Command, and I'm so and so," and like, told everybody that they wanted to help them or some shit. Like, I don't know. You could find it online though. It was quite interesting, but I remember that being talked first over this big intercom when their ship showed up. Like it tore a rift in space, and then the ship came through, and then it closed up, and then it was like, "Hello, friend," and he started talking, and I was like, "Oh fuck," because I literally was scared shitless and almost shit myself from the last craft, and then I just saw this other craft come through, and it's like, "Hello, friend," and I'm like, no, 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 no. And then Commander Ashtar came over the intercom, kind of calmed me down a little, and he asked if I wanted to come with him. They were going to leave if I didn't. Like, they were not trying to take me by force. And when you served on a ship, if you were what you would perceive as bigoted towards aliens, he would kick you the fuck off his ship. They would literally bring you straight back to where they got you from and drop your ass the fuck off. So if I think it's like xenophobic would be the word.
Yeah.
If you weren't cohesive, they would take you back. Like, you were never forced to stay there. And I'm not saying that everything was great when I served. The beings that they really are, like Ashtar, is not the way that they present themselves. The look that they show online with Ashtar, that's what he looks like, but our little minds couldn't fathom what they really look like, would be the better explanation. But that group, it's different, you feel loved, respected. They don't force you into any job. They basically let you pick the job you want to do. That way you're happy, you know, doing what you're doing when you're on the ship. Or, you know, if you want to be like an ambassador in a way, they'll make you that, you know. You're not forced into any little job like they would do for Solar Warden or Nachtwaffen, where they're like, oh, you're going to be here and this is where you're going to be, period. End of discussion, you know. But I do have a lot of memories of that. Is there anything specific you wanted me to answer?
Well, I kind of just wanted you to talk about it really, and you covered it pretty well. And also, just in a nutshell, there's people that don't believe that the Ashtar Command is real because of the CIA thing. You pretty much covered the whole thing when it comes to that group.
Yeah, well, I mean, like the CIA is fucked up, man. You know, they want to create cults so that they can always control people, you know?
It also helps make the whole thing look, the whole idea of spaceships and aliens and everything look ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, who's gonna look at it and be like, oh, space Jesus? Yeah, okay, you know?
I actually went to a UFO group in my hometown one time that I found online, and I went in there, and that's what these people were talking about. They're talking about space Jesus being on a UFO, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, I think they call them in these groups Sananda or some shit. I'm like, what?
They're just straight up calling him Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they call him Jesus, but his other name is Sananda or some bullshit, you know? Like it's weird shit.
Yeah, who knows where
At
they're
least they
taking
got Ashtar's look on point, you know. But you know, but the CIA will contact you using B2K and play as if they are him, or that being specifically it.
How if the CIA is using B2K on you?
You know, that's a good question. For me personally, I feel like if you're not wearing,
It's voice to skull, by the way, for the people listening. It's
yeah,
a
and
voice
that's
carrier that goes into your
that's
skull. It's a technology that they have a patent for.
it's a public technology. Yep. Um, yeah. Well, you can wear like a Faraday cage beanie over your head, which tends to help discern if it's CIA or V2K. That's a big situation if you want to cut them out from contacting you. Plus, it helps too because like there's a bunch of frequencies that are always fucking with us as psychics, empaths. I got to say, wearing one, I don't own one, but I got to wear one one time, and I don't know why I haven't bought one at this point, but I got to say I've never felt so calm in my life as I did when I wore that because it felt like there was just nothing. I was just relaxed, you know?
Huh.
Yeah, that was a
What kind
weird
of hat is
experience.
that?
In here now. Huh?
What kind of hat is it?
I would have to go look it up. It was covered in one of Penny's interviews on her channel. She put the description, like dropped the description of it and the name of it and where to find it in the description, you know, in the chat. It was one of my interviews. I'll have to look through it. I'll probably post it in the Fractal group later. It's just one of the groups out there that makes them, but it's basically a Faraday cage for your head, you know. But anyways, there's another group I was going to cover. Trying to think of it right now. There's so many of them, man. You know, you got all these little groups just running around that aren't even big groups. They're just little groups trying to become big groups, you know? You got lunar operations. I've served as a grunt there. And normally I remember being like a soldier and walking around on the surface of the moon with rifles and a suit. There's Mars Defense Force. I've served in Mars Defense Force. They're the Germans' Mars militia, basically, even though it's made up of people that aren't fully German.
What is the relationship between the
Just us,
What is
killing
the
killing for them,
relationship between the Americans and the Germans on Mars?
What was that?
What is the relationship between the Americans and Germans that are on Mars?
Sure, they don't trust them, either side. We are the enemy.
But do they try to get along, or do they trade resources sometimes?
I think that they probably work together at some point, but mainly it's like, we have our territory, you have yours.
Because I recall them working together.
Yeah, yeah. They it just depends on what American group you're with. You know, but yeah, they do work together. I know that their main enemies, Nachtwaffen and Mars Defense Force's main enemies, are the ICC. I don't remember them ever working together, ever. Like, they fucking hate each other.
Yeah.
They consider them the bankers in space, from what Penny's even explained, and I literally know exactly what she's talking about.
Yeah.
They fucking hate each other. That's why it's kind of funny when you hear some people come out and they're like, "Oh, they work together," and da da da. No, they don't. They fucking hate each other. Just like what's the group? I can't remember what the fuck they call themselves. It slips my mind. It's the Alliance. That's what the Alliance. The Alliance is basically a branch of the ICC. Kidnap people that from Nachtwaffen and other groups where they've taken over them and MK Ultra'd them basically, and put them back in their positions. To infiltrate their groups. It's like a group within a group, from what I remember. They're not here. The Alliance isn't here to save us. That's a crock of shit.
It gets confusing. There's so many groups.
There is, but none of them are here to help us. I just want to reiterate that. Like, you have all these people like, "Oh, the Alliance is here to save us." It's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. Space Force.
I don't know if this is on topic or not, but it is for me. What is any hope of us getting out of this shit and not being a part of it ever again?
If you want my opinion, it's to activate all of our people. And if we activate enough of our people and we integrate enough of ourselves as fast as we can before they fucking solidify complete control and start wiping out all the humans on the planet, I think we can definitely turn it around. And I think that people are living in a fairy tale if they think that we're just going to be able to fix it all. There's not a one fix, Getting out of the Draco Empire that's generational warfare, not one time. It's just like, we've never defeated the Draco here on Earth. That's a crock of shit. We've killed little pockets of different groups, but the Draco Empire, no. We're going to still have to pay taxes to them. Breaking away from the Jahami is a more likely situation, and that's going to cost blood.
Yeah.
No slave has ever been freed willfully. Let's put it that way. Read history.
Yeah. It's a long time coming, though.
But from my personal opinion, like I said, activating our people, as many as we can, getting them to integrate, doing the work, becoming whole, we become more dangerous. Taking over these factions. Once you completely integrate wholly, you can start jumping into, and even before you integrate wholly, you can start jumping into these altars that we have, and we can basically start infiltrating these groups and destroying them from within. There's your answer. You want to stop it? That's it. We're the ones running these programs.
I'm
We're
so terrified of doing that. Jumping into one of my altar's bodies and being them. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh. That
Just
would be wild,
imagine,
right?
imagine 30 people coming together in one sitting and doing that.
Yeah.
Imagine
Well,
1,000 of us doing it. Imagine 1,000,000 of us doing it. What group is going to
and
stay
then
alive doing that?
there's like, but won't they just come in and stop us before we can do that? I mean, they got time travel. We don't.
That's the difference. We do have time travel. We have different groups that have broken away in the future that are coming back fixing shit. Just like with Montauk. What do you think we did? We took it over. It was a transition, but once we took it over and started understanding things, we started trying to fix what we did. And we went further than just fixing what we did. Until the time was up and a group got a hold of us. You know,
Yeah.
it wasn't beautiful. It wasn't space Jesus status. You know, we were still
It
taking
wasn't blue
kids,
avians.
but yeah, but those kids that we took, they got a better, those alters that were there that served with us, they got a better fucking life than they would have in any other program. And they got a better chance, and they got to actually do something that meant something.
Man, that was a wild ride. I've got the most recall of Mont Montauk, so
Yeah, you're telling me, man. Trust me. It's an everyday thing now. And, you know, for me, it's hard, you know, because it's like Preston did a number on me for sure. He's like, oh, you want to bite me on the dick? Well, guess what? I'm going to make you the worst person in the community. On top of having alters that are the worst person in the community. You know?
what do you mean by that?
In general, like my alter Pindar, he's probably the worst one. He runs the bloodlines on this planet. He is the actual Pindar that sits on the Black Crystal throne. He is the mediator between the White Draco that runs this bitch. And basically the White Draco from time to time will come in for specific outcomes, take over my body. I mean, that alter now is in a clone body, but he will come in, take that body over, give them information on how to proceed, and then leave. But I'm one of his main vessels that he likes to use. There are other Pindars that were geared to sit on the Black Crystalline throne, and they didn't get that opportunity. And there are other Pindars on other planets that come from here. And all those Pindars are from House Shaw.
And
They're on Mars. They're on
White Draco.
I think they serve different Draco that are overseeing those planets. You know,
Okay.
it's like you're paying tax.
That's what your name is Pendar, if you're the ambassador.
Yes,
ruler.
they specifically, that White Draco specifically telepathically contacted me when I was writing one of my names down and said, write down Pendar. And I remember talking to him when I was a kid, being like, what do you mean Pendar? And he was like, write down Pendar. Like the voice was a Draco in my head. It was like, I was like, how do you spell that? And he was like, like I could feel his intense anger at having to spell that for me, you know, and I remember him spelling it out and I wrote it down. And I remember the guy that was my programmer getting the sheet of paper with the 10 cool names and being like, Pendar, where did you get this?
I have an
Like,
alternate. I have an alter named Zentar that I don't know very much about.
Interesting.
He served for a White Draco as well. Yeah.
Well, all I know is that when that White Draco isn't giving direct orders, he basically runs shit. And the Black Crystalline throne that he sits on fucks his mind up. You know, he's not. I mean, other people have served with him. Penny is one of the ones that are public that has served with him. And there are other people that are public that have served with him that haven't really talked about it publicly. He's much worse than I would say Jimmy was when he was MK Ultra'd out, you know, when he was mind controlled out. This guy did it willfully. He joined Nachtwaffen willfully, gave them resources to build up their military. It wasn't the be all end all resources, but he gave them a fuck ton and ended up being the captain of Penny's ship for it. Her altar that was on that ship. Ruthless dude, has no limits, you know. Would he wants something because of his status and who he is, he believes that it's natural to take what you want. You know, he's the kind of altar that could stand on the deck of a ship and say, blow this planet up, and literally connect so that he can feel the people that are on the planet die because they didn't want to listen and obey and indulge in it, you know. Yeah, man. Yeah, he went through a lot as a kid. He was the altar that I originally was before I ended up joining with Montauk. After that altar was activated, I was taken into space, raised in House Shaw, served in Nachtwaffen. If you listen to my interviews with Penny, you know, I try to break it down, but it's really hard because a lot of people know him. A lot of people know him, and he triggers a lot of people.
Yeah.
And if you try to contact him, he will fucking talk to you, and he will fuck with you. And not in a good way. So I would suggest that you don't do it. But people tend not to listen.
I wasn't planning on it.
I'm just saying in general, people tend not to listen, just people in general, and they'll do it and they will find out the hard way. Yeah, man, he's pretty evil, man. Something else. I don't know. I have like lists of altars names at this point, so, and it's past 10.
Yeah, that's pretty
you
big.
know.
Mine's at I think 5 or 6, which it doesn't touch yours, but
Trust me, you got a lot more than that. But
I know.
yeah, man. Did you? Yeah, I don't know. I think that 2000 something number is a pretty good, accurate description of how many altars we all have. You know, I'm not saying everybody has that many altars. You know, some people don't. Some people might only have one altar. You know, some people might just have. You know, we have Manchurian candidates that go around shooting up places. You know, one-trick ponies is what they're basically called.
Yeah.
Our whole world is controlled. I'll just put it that way.
Mind control.
I think that if they took it away, if they took it away at this point, we'd all be walking around not knowing what we're supposed to do. That's my honest opinion. But we are basically a commodity as a species. The ones like us are weapons, as well as a commodity. You know, the Draco tax is humans, so we have to give up a certain percentage of humans to the Draco to eat, or do whatever the fuck they want with them. They tend to eat us. We are considered a delicacy. They like us. They like to eat us for some weird reason. The Jahami eat us as well. You know, space gods. They love us. Not in a good way. Yeah, but we do make good soldiers. We make pretty good. Trying to think of the engineers for some reason. You know, we can engineer some shit.
I think we're made to adapt to change.
Huh?
We're made to be able to adapt to change really well.
Yes.
And to be able to innovate.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of what we're made to do. So for me, it's just, you know, it just happens to be like we were made to be weaker in a lot of different ways. but in a lot of other ways, we're made to be stronger than most species, I would argue. Like being more resilient in a lot of ways. But I don't know, that's also a matter of perspective and not necessarily even true. There's a lot of species out there that are extremely resilient and innovative, but we got to take our credit where it's due.
I think we're like the space cockroaches. I guess we could equate ourselves to that, you know?
It's kind of sad.
Yeah. You know, and there are cockroach insect, you know, intelligent ones that exist too. But we are basically the human form of cockroaches. We're everywhere, and it's a bitch to get rid of us.
Yeah. People don't understand. We breed like crazy, despite the fact that we only have one baby at a time. We do pretty good with that.
Yeah, that is an interesting aspect. Yeah, right. You know, we probably couldn't outbreed a lot of them, but we do breed pretty good. We're used for a lot of different things, man, and it's kind of sad. You know, it's sad that we have slavery just in our solar system alone. You would think that our main mission would be to at least stomp that out, right? To the best of our ability.
Well,
But that's not a mission statement.
The whole idea of owning a soul on a person's consciousness really doesn't sit right with me.
Yeah.
I don't think it's right. I don't think it's something that should ever occur. And I think there's an irony in me saying that, because I believe I might have been a perpetrator in this whole thing beginning in the first place.
I would say that all of us have,
Yeah.
if you want the truth. All of us have. And I guess it would be, in a sense, this is our penance.
Yeah.
It's a pretty rough situation, and it's crazy because I'll see things and I'll remember them from other timelines. I mean, like years in advance, and just start watching it unfold and be like, what the fuck, you know? I normally align my time frames with like TV shows and video games that start to come out. I'm like, oh yeah, that's what I remember. I've been waiting for that to come out. Cool, we still have time, you know? That's my time reference. You know what I mean? But what else are you going to time reference? You know what I mean?
I remember other timelines where things like were different. I remember a timeline where war broke out under the Obama administration, and it was bad. It didn't go well. I'm talking like intergalactic war, like war with aliens and stuff. It was bad.
Yikes.
I'm fortunate that, you know, once Obama wasn't president anymore, I was like, okay, we dodged that bullet, I guess. I was like bracing myself. Like,
Yeah, man, that dude is something else. I'm not gonna lie. Like, he is something else.
yeah, Barack Obama.
Yeah, he knows way more than everybody else thinks he does. He's not some goofy retard, you know.
Yeah.
He is a pencil neck, but he's not a retard.
Yeah.
And if he actually came out and was honest, I mean, I think that people's minds would just be like,
Yeah, I would use a different word for describing he's not an idiot, but fair enough. But yeah, I get what you're saying. And I think it's funny because I've heard a lot of things from certain people say that he smokes crack and all this weird stuff, and I don't know, dude. I don't know where that all comes from. From what I remember is that he had been on Mars. He was part of the Jump Gate program, and well, it's not really that I recall that. It's more that I knew he knew about us at Montauk. And then I found out that he had been to Mars and was like, okay, yeah, this guy knows about a lot of shit. I actually don't remember him from Mars, but I found out through other people and stuff that he had been on Mars. And he was part of some of the first team of Americans that got sent over, I guess, or something like that. But no, he knows a lot about what's going on. And he knew about Montauk. He knew about us.
well, I would say he didn't really know about Montauk because he contacted us through one of his, how do you say it? One of his Joint Chiefs of Staff of the Air Force at the time. And let's just say that conversation didn't go too well, but he learned really quickly that people can get real dangerous
Yeah.
when you threaten them.
Yeah, Barack Obama threatened us, and he said he could find us. Yeah, that was a whole thing. I guess it's kind of off subject, but he said he could find us, and then you just showed up there with a bunch of people.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, if you're going to threaten somebody, I mean, if a bully tries to hit you, you punch them back twice as hard, you know?
Yeah.
Especially when they're unexpecting it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You show up
but
you show up with a few badasses, shit changes.
People talk a lot of crap about him, and a lot of people don't like him. And I'm not saying
I think he's a scumbag. I mean,
Yeah,
knowing
I
what I
mean-
know now, it's weird because before I had a lot of that memory surface, and that memory got activated because of you specifically. But
he's an
it
intelligent
what's
guy.
I always wanted every time I saw him on camera, I don't know what it was. I hated him, and I always wanted to punch him in the face, and I didn't understand why. I understand now. And after having the memories come back, I'm like, yeah, fuck this guy. He knows about a lot of shit that he could have, if he really gave a fuck about the people, like they try to act like he does, he would have come out, told the truth.
Yeah, but also they could murk him. They could just kill him. He probably doesn't want that.
Hey,
They got all
they
of
could
us.
just
They
they,
got all of us by the balls, man.
they could just kill us, and look what we're doing.
Yeah, but Barack Obama's the president of the United States. We're just two random. You know, you work at a gas station, and I'm a musician, and like I don't know, like we're not just normal people. But we don't really have the pull behind us that the president of the United States has.
I mean, does he really?
If he went on TV and said, you know, there's time travel projects and yada yada yada, people would be more apt to listen than us on the internet. You gotta like find us, and when you look for us, you can't even find
I
us.
mean,
You're, like, shadow banned.
like high-ranking military officials have come out and openly admitted that there are fucking aliens, and they just whatever, man, that's fake, you know.
Yeah.
Trust me, I don't think it would have done. I think it might have done a little bit extra, but not too much, to be honest. Just like it never has. You know, I mean, our own government has admitted that aliens fucking exist, and people are still walking around like retards.
You gotta stop using that word, man.
It's the truth, man. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
if somebody's like, here's a file of reality, and you're just like, this is a file of reality, it doesn't exist.
Word, that's all. But I get what you're saying, though. If people do not want to accept it, like I saw a thing earlier today, and it was a picture of a giant handing a coconut from the top of a palm tree to a human, and an and it was pointed out like giants, humans, you know, like the caption was there, and an archaeologist reposted it and said, just reminding you all that children exist. And it's like, dude, those aren't children. They'd be proportionate to children. The giants are as tall as the palm trees and are like handing something like, it's just like they openly mock it. Like, dude, like it's clearly not children. It's grown people, and then grown people that are like 4 times, 5 times the size. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, no, it's really hard to argue with people about it. I have a friend who's an archaeologist, and I'm pretty sure that if I went into it about him with the whole giant thing, he'd probably be like, man, he probably would lose his shit and be like really upset with me. But it's like, I've looked into our history, and you know, I've seen the hieroglyphics and all the writings, and I refuse to believe that our ancestors, you know, like we can't take anything that they said seriously at all. I refuse to believe that. Like they wrote down what was going on around them, just like we are doing it right now. And how do you feel if somebody came down here found our writings and our civilization, all of our history, 4,000 or 5,000 years from now, found that, and well, that we know this is what they wrote and this is what they're saying, but actually it's this way. Like, I don't know, like I get it. Like, they said some pretty foul things and were being very metaphorical, you know, like all these, like the Bible and all these different things. You can't take them like literally, but also, like, can you not? How far do you go with that? The fact that you can't take anything literally, like to the point where, well, just throw it all out the window. Like, don't listen to anything that they said. Like,
Throw the baby out with the bathwater.
yeah, like
Concept.
why are all these depictions of flying snakes all over the world? Why are there all these depictions of giants all over the world? Why are there fucking giant stairs that a human being couldn't even climb onto one of the stairs? Like,
Because we
why
have
is all this-
imagination. That's their explanation, right?
Yeah, because
That's all.
we built it for, you know, like, there's no freaking reason that a human being would put so much time and effort into building these giant stairs like the ones that they have in Peru. There's no fucking way that they would do that for no
I
reason.
mean, just the Egyptian, the Egyptian temples, man. Like, they're all aligned. They're aligned from looking from space to Earth. What more do you need? Like, we have gigantic rock formations that are put together like certain animals and beings that you can't see unless you're in space or in the sky, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how to explain it any more than that. You know, we're finding that these people that were writing about Atlantis, you know, that were from the Atlantean times, you know, like Plato and his information, we're finding like little nuggets of facts in what he said, you know, just all these different people, all these different philosophers that are past ancient philosophers. We're finding that they were telling us the hidden knowledge and information, just leaking it out a little bit, you know, and now we're coming across like not just the facts of it, but like actual evidence. You know, you got different alien groups that are, you know, that are sending, you know, their souls into newborns, and they're being born and they're giving information about different things around the world, pinpointing temples all over the planet. I mean, we have Egyptian temples all over the planet. How does that happen?
Yeah, one of my friends who was a history major,
We're still finding them, by the way.
one of my friends was telling me about how there's a shrine to Shiva in the Grand Canyon that's like secret, and he's like seen the pictures of it and stuff like that.
There's a lot of stuff in the Grand. You know, I'm starting to wonder if it's a group from the future, like coming back and just screwing with us. You know, like putting a bunch of shit in the Grand Canyon, be like, here you go.
I don't know, man.
Because we keep finding all sorts of different cultures, that like different little things in the Grand Canyon, in like these little caverns.
Yeah, it's weird. Well, a good explanation could be that there were just a lot of civilizations that, you know, were able to travel around, and they did.
Yeah,
And
I mean, I also feel that we have groups from the future, like, or just the overarching group as a whole from the future coming back to change certain things so that their timeline could stay alive as well. You know, because we could collapse their timeline into non-existence by changing things in the here and now. And, you know, there's a lot of groups that don't want to see that. There's a lot of groups that are trying to avoid that. And, you know, there's a lot of different things, like this reality was created. The reality we live in now was created. Originally, from what I remember, I know we're off subject a little, but the Montauk faction, I remember that originally the South had won the Civil War in the original timeline. That the Nazis had won World War II because of that in the original timeline. And I think the one thing that we did kind of mess with, I'm not 100% on, was the Roman Empire winning more extremely than they did. You know, and like if you were outside of the time bubble, you didn't remember that shit. Everything was normal to you. Whereas if you were inside the time bubble, you remembered that that time was changed. And we changed a lot of that. It was not a great program, but there were certain things that were changed that bettered our society as a whole, especially America. But I mean, if you're an American group, you're going to help the group that you're with.
Here's a good way to segue from that subject, Montauk, to the subject that we're still on, which is you have Montauk going back in time and making alterations to the timeline. And it is a temporal war, a time war. If you serve for Montauk, you're a time soldier. Ibis is doing the same thing. Obviously, there are a lot of different groups that are fighting for control that are using time travel. What groups? We know about Montauk Project. We know about that time bubble. And we also know about the time bubble that was in England that was run by Marduk. Do you know of any other time bubbles where they're doing the same kind of thing?
At this point, no, not really, to be honest.
I'm sure they exist. I'm sure they
well,
all.
Well, no. Well, it's like with the one in England, there was houses that were down below that castle in the time bubble that you were in.
Yeah. What about the houses?
Oh, well, different groups live there, different people, like really, really wealthy people.
Yeah. I remember that.
One of the missions that recently was recalled. I'm not going to go into it because it's not just mine alone specifically, but I'll just put it this way. Marduk was not happy that they weren't paying their taxes. And he wanted us to make sure that we fixed that.
So we did.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't like the way that I decided to do it, but the group tended to fall in line.
What did he do? You don't want to go into detail?
Went in and took a few units in and just started killing some of them.
Yeah.
Nothing like watching your next door neighbor get gunned down. A bunch of different units with guns like coming through your homes.
Yeah, that sounds the message pretty clear, I guess.
I wasn't the most light-handed.
From what I recall, that during that time, the human race was like just a slave race, and it wasn't a secret. They knew it. And
Yeah, well, it's like those houses were like, I mean, 3-4 story houses. Some of them. They were for people that run shit here. It's their own little homes, you know. But Marduk, it was his time bubble. Yeah, high-ranking people. Yeah.
Also part ET.
I'd assume so. Yes.
That's why they were. That's why they have the roles at the head.
Yeah, I mean, they freaked out though, you know.
Well, you
Like I don't think Marduk thought that we were going to do some shit like that. I just didn't see any other way to get them to pay their shit, you know.
You got to be
but
specific when you give orders sometimes.
Well, you know, it's like do this or I'm going to come back and kill everybody in this base. Okay, fine. You know, fuck it. What do you want me to do?
Yeah.
I don't want to work with you forever. I think we did like, I think from what I recall, we did like 6 missions with him. for him
Well,
specifically.
I did a lot more than that myself.
Well, you, but I'm saying as a whole, for the when the guinea pigs took over.
When the guinea pigs took
Now
over,
my shit's starting to
Mars,
freeze. Yeah, they definitely don't like that. But sorry. Anyways, yeah. So it's I don't know. I think I did like 6. He specifically asked for at least 6 things to get done, which is kind of crazy because he had the ability just to like wipe us out and open a portal whenever he wanted. But that was also because of you and the other individual that we're not going to talk about because they're not public and they're little.
Yeah.
But yeah, and he used, which is fun because he could do it himself, but I don't know why he used you guys.
So
Maybe he was lazy.
We would pop in there and be like, you gotta do this thing, basically, right?
Well, no, what would he would have you guys, I think he would have you guys open portals and he would just like walk up and stand by the portal and be like, I think he came through and like he left and then I was like, fuck you. And we shut the portal and then he reopened it because he knew what we were doing. And he's like, yeah, bud, it's not going to work that way. You know, because at that point, the only way in and out of that base was through a portal. You couldn't just like come from the surface and climb down anymore.
Yeah.
And that was specifically done, you know, so that they couldn't take us alive or stop us. Probably one of the best things I did.
Yeah. No, that's smart.
And it took them a long time to get to us because of that. And the thing that did us in was killing all those Draco that the previous people in charge made a deal with for their tech, you know. They were like, they finally figured out how to get to us.
Yeah.
But you know, it's the time bubble thing. Yeah. That was his own time bubble, by the way. They were staying in his time bubble. I don't know why they chose to stay there. I'd assume it was generational because they had families and stuff, you know. I don't know if maybe they had clones that they would go into to come into this world, or if they just, you know, wake up and portal into, say, one of their little homes here on Earth and
Yeah,
just go about their day, you know. I mean, it's not like the people that are in charge, it's not like they have to be here at all times, you know. Some of them aren't even on this planet. They're off in space, like on different planets and stuff.
Yeah. Must be nice.
Right?
I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah. Well, most of them at this point are in hiding in underground bunkers while the people on the surface are being genocided en masse. But hey, you know, all their hard work, and what do you get? You get to live in a freaking small confined space.
Yeah. It sucks.
Right. But yeah, man, there's so many different groups and factions and stuff. It's, you know, and so, you know, we're starting to learn little groups and big groups. I mean, you have your big ones, which I've mentioned, and then you have your even bigger ones, you know. I mean, the Draco were running different things too. Like they would take Draco hybrids, human hybrids, and they would put us on ships to go work for them directly instead of the Germans. You know what I mean? And you know, all these alien groups, again, I want to reiterate, they all have their own, unless they're a hive mind, they're just like us. They have their good apples, their bad apples. They're not some special, all-knowing, all-seeing, all beings. You know, there are very powerful beings that are outside of this solar system. You know, or this universe, I would say. But you're not going to meet them. You know, I guess unless you get, like, some people meet them, I guess. But I don't know if that's, I can't really say that's 100% accurate, you know, in a way, because most people that do that are like on DMT. So I don't know how to accept that. You know, if it's just drug inhalation, you know, or I mean, seeing some of the drawings that these people make, it's like, whoa. But
like something's going on.
maybe maybe each human is a universe in themselves. I don't know. I have no idea
Yeah.
at this point. But what I do know is that, you know, we're at a crossroads as a species, and disclosure isn't the prerogative. That's just that's a side note. You know, activating people is the reality. You know what I mean? But people in the community want to get off into the woods about disclosure. We're going to disclose that there's aliens. It's already been disclosed. Nobody cares. You know.
Yeah.
And the people that do care, they're like, oh yes, finally, they admitted it. Yay. And they're like, yeah, but we don't know who they are. You know?
And the people, and nobody cares. And we wanted the people to care, but everyone's like,
Yeah.
well, there's a pandemic and this and that, and da, da, da. We've got other shit to worry about.
Well, or they think, oh, some alien's going to come down and invade us. I'm like, they've been in existence this entire time. We've already been in it from the start.
Yeah. Well, we've got like 10 or 8 minutes left. We started. So.
Yeah. But I mean, my ending thing is I would say, you know, like the best part is, you know, if you're gonna fight an enemy, you gotta learn who they are first. You can't fight what you don't know. So learning who these factions are, learning what they're doing, who's working for who, um, learning these names, that's the beginning of a war. You got to know your enemies. It's called information.
And so the best outcome of this war would be what?
For me, the best, from what I can see, the best outcome for us would be a planetary council. I believe that they should be picked by the people, but verified by multiple layers of psychics that can go in their mind and make sure that they're not doing it for ridiculous purposes, you know? They should be elected. I wouldn't say life term service, but, you know, we got to figure that out. You know what I mean? But most of the things that work in space are councils. You know, I don't believe in a one world government, but I think that there can be individual states like we have, just with real leaders. You know what I mean? A lot of things are going to change on this planet in the future, depending on what happens. Destroying slavery on the planet is a must. Destroying slavery in our solar system is a must. A unified, cohesive, multi-species organization for military needs to be set up, from my point of view, so that we can work in cohesion together in this solar system to defend ourselves. Are we going to be able to kick the Draco out? No. Not in your lifetime, not mine, probably not in the next 5 or 10 lifetimes. You know, and going off of human lifetimes, it might be a little bit more, but that has to be more of a covert war, because if they really think we're going to rebel, you already know what time it is.
Yeah.
People here probably don't, but that's just the reality. And, you know, there's Jahami, we could probably break away from them. Are they going to let it happen? No. But the best outcome is us just being free as a species. Trying to free other species, not just making it about humans being free, but other species on other planets being free.
real Star Wars scenario.
Yeah,
It's
pretty
kind of
much,
what it's like. I mean, I saw in that movie when I watched it, spoiler alert for anyone who hasn't seen the newest Disney trilogy, but I remember the part where at the end there's this dark Sith group and they're doing this crazy ritual, and they don't expect that this call goes out and everyone answers the call, and they all come in, and it's all these different groups fighting this larger group, and it's kind of like that's the way it needs to be in order for us to protect ourselves.
We can't fight a war alone, right?
Yeah.
You need allies.
Unfortunately, though, the reality is that within those allyships and partnerships, sometimes rifts form, and then there's like wars within wars. It's a whole mess.
Yeah, we have a lot of problems ahead of us. But I think full reality needs to be given to people. The reality is this: the majority of the planet will not want to pay the Draco tax. That's a reality.
The Draco
They're
tax
not gonna.
literal human bodies.
Yeah, they're not going to want to pay that as a whole, and I've seen that multiple timelines that I've survived in. So that's a big issue, I mean, how do you handle that? Do you do it covertly? Do you just do it publicly? It's kind of like a torn situation. They definitely don't want to take clones. I'll tell you that.
Who doesn't want to take clones?
The Draco. They don't want clones for their tax. They want the real thing. Huh?
Why?
From what I can recollect and recall, it has a different taste to it.
Wow.
Yeah. But they know. They know, and they'll definitely fucking find out. I tried that one timeline. Didn't work too well. But yeah, man, it's a rough situation that we're all gonna have to go through. And I'm a nobody like everybody else in this community, pretty much. And I guess we'll all be somebodies eventually as a whole. I just would say don't give up. Keep fighting. Keep trying to heal. That's all we can do. Become whole. I just want everybody to know that, I love you all. You're all awesome. We were put in shitty situations, but it's what we do moving forward that matters.
I agree. I think that's a good note to end on. I appreciate everybody for watching and tuning in, and there'll be more stuff coming down the pipeline. I'm sorry that it's not more steady, but just keep your eyes peeled. I'm going to stop recording now. Wait.
All right, everybody, that's it for today's show. I really appreciate everybody who donated in the super chats. Also, people can donate to PayPal without anything being taken by YouTube. I want to thank my Patreon subscribers. You all really mean a lot to me. Lavender Courage, Dana Fisher, Maureen Milliken, Leslie LaRubio, Robert Eckert, Robert Khalil, Dragon S, Mystic Herbs, Charlie, Christine C, Donna, Lauren, Mark M, Susan Tatsuko Kano, Mario Mares, Shelly Thomas, Mario Sweet, Peter Harlemos, Benjamin Matthews, Anastasia, Dan Guest, Gary Fretz, Adrian, Heather Blessington, Zach, Ursula, Mark Sabas, Katie Mabry. Thank you all so much for subscribing to the Patreon. Please check it out. There is some free content over there as well. We do have some videos on targeted individuals If you look at the channel and look at some of the past videos. Without further ado, it's been 6.5 hours, so I'm gonna go on. Bye, guys.